Okay, we're gonna give it a few seconds for folks to join. Okay. Give it 10 more seconds and then I'll kick us off. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us during our September commission meeting. This is our info session portion. We have Mr. Andrew Rivers here with us from Howard discussing Howard Homecoming. So I will kick it over to you, Mr. Rivers. You can take it away.
It is my pleasure. Thank you very much, Chairperson Harris. First of all, again, my name is Andrew Rivers. I am the Director of University Events and Protocol here at the university, and also serve as Director of Crampton Auditorium. And so one of the main aspects of my job is one, overseeing a lot of the academic ceremonies, opening convocation, Charter Day, of course, our graduation, but also our office manages and implements the entire week of homecoming activities. And so that's why I'm thankful for the opportunity to share with you our plans for this year. And then also to provide any insights that you may have, but also sharing the opportunity to answer any inquiries as we move forward with our planning process. We started off with, of course, back in March, where we were asked to present our homecoming plan to the Mayor's Special Events Task Force Group. We have received conditional approval for the aspects of our homecoming, which I'll share with you in a few moments. Of course, part of that includes, in terms of the final approval process, includes my and the university presenting to our various civics groups, as well as the ANC, 1B in this regard. And so I'm very thankful that you were able to accommodate our request, not only to present, but to be added to your agenda today. And I look forward to sharing with you from that standpoint. Do I have the ability to share screen? I do. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And let me just kind of walk through you what I'm going to do today. One, I'm going to show you our website so you can have an idea of what the number of activities that are currently scheduled. We have a few more that we're adding. I will then walk you through our Yard Fest 1 and 2. As you know, those are two of our main event hubs for the actual weekend, along with the parade. And then, of course, this year we initiated something new last year for our community was the Children's Fest, and it is coming back again this year in the Lower Valley, which is going to be even larger and more exciting as well. And then, of course, after that, we'll definitely be able to open up the opportunity for discussions and questions. So let me go ahead and start with sharing my screen. And I'm going to actually open up our website so everyone can kind of have a view. Howard University this year, everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So our theme this year, it's the 100th homecoming. This is our centennial homecoming, which we have been doing this for almost 100 years. And the theme is 100th homecoming, Howard University Yard of Fame. This is just a brief description talking about some of our significant, not only events, but looking at our schedule of events, which begin on Sunday, October the 13th. And then we'll proceed and end our final event on Sunday, October the 20th. What we have done is, for some of our events, we have already started ticket sales for our football game. I'll talk a little bit about that later. We do have a 100th commemorative shirt this year. We're now selling at the bookstore. So it's always an opportunity to commemorate the years when you think about that celebration. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna actually just kind of quickly take you through our website. This is actually showing all of our events that we currently have listed starting on Sunday the 13th. We start off, of course, with a call to chapel, which is always a great way to start off the week. We have our coronation is when we actually then crown and officially introduce our court to the actual public. Bison Madness is almost kind of like a pep rally, but with a little bit greater emphasis. We have the Jordan brand, which has always been a great partner, has taken our Bison Madness to a different level. So it's always open to the public and definitely available for, even though it's a ticketed event, if there's someone who wants to attend, we can ensure that happens from that standpoint. The Lavender Reception is a major fundraising for our LGBTQ plus community. And so that's an annual event. We then have our student fashion show. Again, it is an event coordinated by our students that actually kind of almost mimics something you would probably see in Paris. If some of you have had the chance to visit and seen our fashion show, you would be probably blown away in terms of not only some of our student fashions, we also focus some on up and coming fashion designers that are in the local area as well as along the East Coast. So it's always turned out to be a very inviting event. The Yard Fest Day 1, as we typically have, it is our concert on the yard from 12 to 6. And it always incorporates definitely a significant number of vendors and also both food and non-food. This year, we're doing a little bit different approach to our vendoring. We'll still have vendors available, but we're moving more to food trucks to accommodate a more of a family-oriented, more options in terms of availability for the, excuse me, the actual Yard Fest. Yard Fest, and we're not going to have as many of our non-food vendors. And it is a way to take into account not only a larger group of people returning, but also really beginning to maximize and facilitate a much safer and better approach to the use of our yard in every time. Then, of course, we have a couple of other events from homecoming, what they call the breakfast. And then, of course, we start on Saturday morning with the parade. I'll be able to show you the route, what was proposed to the city. However, last year there was some conditions that required us to change the route that was beyond our control, and I'd be more than happy to talk a little bit about that as well. Yard Fest 2 is more of a calmer day, per se. But interesting enough, with the football game starting much later, which is actually the football game is starting at 3:30. And then when you have the parade starting from 10 to 12, we have this gap between 12 and 3 o'clock. So we are really focusing on another little small mini kind of concert. It is going to be called the Old School Concert. And we're looking at some celebrity DJs returning, but then also 2 celebrity artists that are going to perform as well. Again, it is going to be artists who are kind of would tailor to the crowd that is typically there on Saturday. I don't want to say old crowd, but it's a mature and refined. So we're really excited to add that new element. And the reason why we're doing that is, like I said, we have this 3-hour gap because the game doesn't start until 3 instead of 1 o'clock. So we want to find a way to continue to make the actual Yard Fest inclusive as well. Early in my conversation, I mentioned the comment about having what we call a little young adult fest. Usually it's for small age children, elementary to, actually it can be kindergarten all the way up to mid-elementary. And this is going to be in the lower level of the valley. And as the lower valley is, if you're on the yard, there's some steps that leads to a lower area, which it has a really large green space. And so we're going to be expanding that to afford an opportunity for parents to bring their kids to the Yard Fest. But then, interesting enough, it'll be the young kids Yard Fest in that location. We're looking at balloon artists, face painting. We're looking at storytelling. There's going to be different opportunities for kids to perform. There'll be a plethora of just activities that are really catered to that young crowd from that standpoint. And then, of course, the football game and a couple of other activities that are geared toward alumni. And then, of course, we always end out the week with chapel and then our jazz brunch. So when you think about the number of activities we'll be going on during that week, we also would be taking into account a couple of more events that are really going to take on the breadth of our homecoming as well. Let me move now to, I'm going to go ahead and close this file out. And what I'm going to do is move to sharing with you some of the information regarding the actual, as soon as I can bring up the file. It's actually going to be pertaining to the different maps, specifically to our homecoming from that standpoint. So if you can give me a quick moment. And I had up already. Thank you for your patience. If I may share this screen, this is actually going to talk a little bit about homecoming activities, so you can be able to look at some of the facilities in terms of how that's going to work from that standpoint. As you know, our football game is always at Green Stadium. We will be having what we call the football game here, but we also have what they call Bison Boulevard, which is actually another food trucks that we'll have along actual street on near the football field. Interesting thing enough is that these trucks are only going to be accessible to those who actually purchase a game ticket because they're going to be enclosed in a special ticketing area, which requires that people cannot go back and forth. But at least at the football game, you will have the opportunity to engage in some of the food truck activity as well. We move into, I'm going to do with the Yard Fest, and then I'll come back to the parade. As you know, we always had our major Yard Fest, and it is located on the main yard. As what you can do is you can see the reference of the football game. Where you notice the actual green circles, those are the entry points that actually encompass the yard and what that is going to consist of. Let me just kind of blow the map up a little bit. You can see exactly how we're detailing some of our staging, but then also some of where we're going to locate some of our foods. But again, we're going to be focused on the food trucks in that regard. The key is really being able to understand where the actual Yard Fest in terms of its footprint. The yellow line that's actually perpendicular is the 6th Street. The other line that is actually, that is going north and south is 6th Street. And then the line, the yellow that's going is Howard Street going east and west. So you'll begin to see most of our activity is actually located onto our main campus, but also we'll have certain street closures to accommodate the crowds that we'll have in place from that standpoint. We're also looking at just another more closer shot, give you a more closer view. Definitely of the Yard Fest, which is going to be on Friday, the 18th and Saturday, the 19th. So when we're looking at our aspects of the Yard Fest, pretty much nothing has changed as compared to the many years. I think the key is that for the concert on Friday, we may have some different artists, or we will have different artists that really attracts or that is of interest to our young crowd, our students. However, then on Saturday, that's when we talk about the old school concert on the same stage in the same location. But a nice thing about that we always do is after that concert ends, we eventually click over and we actually show the football game. Our football game is sold out. We'll be playing Tennessee State University. It is turning out to be a very competitive approach, not only in terms of ticket sales, but also in terms of heightened activity for the game as well. So I think it's going to be a very exciting weekend, definitely for us from that standpoint. Let me go ahead and go back to the actual parade, because I think last year it took us to a certain surprise only because there were certain decisions made based on requirements that we had to meet. Last year, as you know, we typically have our parade that moves through most of the community, including Bloomingdale and LaJoy Park. We found out that there was, at the time, we did not know, but eventually later on, we were informed that there was a major threat in the city that required the city to actually then move into a different approach in terms of how the streets were actually blocked off and how the parade had to end up being changed for the route. Many of you probably were aware that it almost seemed like if you couldn't or had not parked, then it was very difficult to get into the perimeter or a near perimeter of the yard. It wasn't a street closure that we requested. It became apparent that something was happening, and MPD, Homeland Security, and others became involved in how they decided to block off the street. As you know, we typically block or we close the streets on Georgia Avenue for the parade to actually proceed through. But many of you probably had noticed that the parade ended, but the street closures did not open. And again, that was beyond our control from that standpoint. To the extent, are we expecting the same this year? Of course, we never know until we move up to or get closer in that regard. We're hoping to go with our same plan for parade, but you just never know the circumstances. And again, we have to understand and respect when it comes down to MPD are the ones who approve our parade, provide the appropriate security measures, but then we also work with a couple of other DC agencies that we have to seek approval. As many of you know, when you're doing an event in DC, it requires a significant number of partners, agencies agreeing and supporting your event. So the key is that we try to make sure that we are able to provide, the essence of our intent of our homecoming, but sometimes we do have to make adjustments in order to facilitate or make any changes from that standpoint. This year, remember, many of you know, we used to have a tailgate in the Howard Center parking lot. This year, we will not have a tailgate in the parking lot. It has been brought to our attention that it probably would not have been approved if we presented. So we're looking at alternative entertainment and focusing more of a family-oriented type of homecoming that will center most of our activities on the main yard, football field, and in the lower valley of our campus from that standpoint. Outside of that, I would say that is really encompasses our homecoming, what our plans are for this year. We're very excited that we're going to be celebrating our 100th. So you recognize that in addition to just those activities, we're looking at some really special talent. There may be a surprise grand marshal and performance at the football game. Can't announce it now. We're in the makings. I think it will be exciting for many to be able to participate in that. If you don't have a game ticket, you'll also be able to view it on the yard. So we're excited from that standpoint. In terms of our fashion show, we're working out some unique, possibly a special guest individual that will be attending our fashion show and walk the walk. So we're looking at really to heighten and really to intensify 100th, so it goes down in memory as one of the best homecomings and safe homecomings from that standpoint. As we always end with the invitation, the city is always invited to join us in these activities. The nice thing about, other than the game, especially on Friday and Saturday, all the activities are free. So all you have to do is just walk on campus, bring your family, especially on Saturday. If you got family that really want to take them out and get rid of some of that energy with the young children, you can bring them to the fest. And I think that will help them a lot. It's going to be from 11 to 3. And hopefully after the fest is over, they get all that energy. They can come home and take a nap and give you a break as well. But again, I want to say thank you very much for allowing me to present our 100th homecoming anniversary to you. And I'd be more than happy to address any questions, inquiries, or just comments from that standpoint. Thank you.
Great. Thank you again for joining us. And I was not aware that this was the 100th homecoming. So that is super exciting.
Yeah, it is. It is.
No, that's great. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Rivers?
I just have a comment. Appreciate you coming online, taking the time to go through this. As last year and the year before, you're always very astute with the knowledge and taking the time to bless us with the information. I'll be looking forward to some of the events. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioners, please raise your hand, your actual Zoom hand, so then I can acknowledge you. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Sycamore.
Hi, how are you, Mr. Rivers? Thank you so much for coming back again.
Of course, thank you.
Of course, of course. So, it's going to be the same questions I had last year,
Hmm.
but a lot of my neighbors, and I think last year was a resounding improvement. But I wanted to ask about some of the safety measures that you have in mind, particularly in the areas of Cardozo.
Hmm.
Again,
Hmm.
I had only had one complaint last year from a constituent who had possibly said that from the homecoming that there was some property damage to their yard, but of course we can't really exactly pin it towards that. But it was during that
Hmm.
weekend, so I was wondering
Hmm.
about any sort of the mitigation processes that you have set for this
Oh yeah,
year in the
definitely.
neighborhoods.
As you know, our university has its own police department, but in addition to that, we also extend our reach for homecoming with some auxiliary services. And when we say that security services, we work with CSC, we work with another agency to help beyond. One of the things that we we're pushing this year and working with the chief is just really having our eyes on the ground, kind of like boots on the ground per se. What we find out is that if we have someone out there watching and seeing, then they can report it. Interesting enough, when activities are occurring, don't understand why people won't report it. But I think the key is let us take that responsibility in beginning to really increase our presence. And I think a lot of times when the presence is there, it actually kind of retards some of the actual activities that become a little bit unacceptable. So let me tell you a couple of things we're going to be doing. I think one is, of course, as always, we work with our MPD and Homeland Security in regards to our presence. When we have our CSC and we have our other, what we call auxiliary, these are individuals who are not carrying weapons, but what they do is they're riding on bikes, they're walking around. I think there's always that patrol by car, which does not allow really the concentration or focus on really seeing those things. So these individuals will be walking, these individuals will be on bikes, they will be in direct contact with our command center. HEPD is setting up what we call 3 command centers. One is typically on our main yard. We also have one that's near the football field. And while we're not having a tailgate, one of our command centers will be on Howard parking lot. And what that does is that it also, because of where it's located, it gives us immediate access to then respond to any other concerns across the community as well. One of the things, as you mentioned, Commissioner Sycamore, is that we need people to just let us know. When you start seeing things or understanding, we're pretty much prepared to respond accordingly. And so we want to make sure we stay and remain good partners with our community.
Wonderful. Is there a phone number or an email that people could use to contact you?
Yes, matter of
Or
fact, I just put my email. Email is better. I think a lot of times I can answer it at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm up and working, like many of you.
you're
But
not going to get a lot of sleep. I can tell
yeah,
you that.
but yeah, don't hesitate to reach out to me by email. I'm good about responding, definitely within 24 hours of an email coming in or earlier. As we get closer to homecoming, the nice thing about it is this email, my messages come to my actual phone, so I'm able to respond, not necessarily having to be behind a computer as well. But I think the key is I want everyone to understand that there's always an open communication as we begin looking at some of our safety protocols. And as we get closer, Commissioner Sycamore, one of the things that we can do is we can send to Chairperson Harris any updates that we have as we move forward, especially when we build our final security plan. I think it would be great to share that with you. So it gives you a certain sense of not necessarily confidence, but just to let you know our word is our word. And that's what we're here to be good citizens in our community.
That's great. Thank you so much, and I'm
Of
happy to hear
course.
that.
Hmm.
And maybe in just one more possible thing, our neighborhood is obviously right next to the Howard Service Center, the service
Hmm.
station area. So that's in my SMD. So maybe if you need any sort of communication there, or talk to any of
Hmm.
the people there, you could set up some sort of security perimeter around there. I don't know. I'm not involved in those logistics, but
Well,
I do know that the neighborhood has been just a little bit concerned about that in the
and the good
past.
thing is, one, in the Howard Center, actually, our police department is located there.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I think the key is what we're hearing. The more we learn and understand, I think the more that we can begin to look at how we can really concentrate, but then also be a way that we can ensure that you're feeling confident with the security measures. I think, the tough part is even though the service center is there, there's a lot of community elements that are there as well. So it becomes really important for Howard to make sure, one, we're aware because we have a presence, and our presence is not necessarily just when you think about main campus, but when you think about some of our residence halls that move down into that area as well. But also we need to make sure we are emphasizing the need to collaborate with the MPD and other security agencies within the community, because it does. Sometimes they get a little sensitive when we are spreading our wings and trying to help the community. And then all of a sudden we get the pushback. And sometimes we do. Our hands get tied, and it's not much. Sometimes we are restricted in our ability. But I think, Commissioner Sycamore, the key is really focus on how do we make this a win-win for everybody. And it just takes discussion. I think that's the key.
And I think ultimately Howard has been great community partners. So I feel confident that you'll be able to do that. I would encourage commissioners in the community, just because homecoming is happening doesn't mean all issues are stemming from Howard homecoming.
I appreciate
their 100th homecoming. So I think if they were not good community partners, they would not have made it to 100 years.
That's
so
correct.
full confidence. And, again, thank you for joining us. We do have, I believe, we did have one question in the chat. I don't know, Cedric or Karen, if you can take them off of mute so then we can go ahead and answer their question.
Hi, how are you?
Good day, Ms. Green.
Good day, how are you? I just had one question to see if you were still looking for any vendors or food trucks. I know that you mentioned that food trucks were your preference for this. So I just wanted to know that on behalf of local organizations that are in the area.
Yes, matter of fact, we are. We are recruiting vendors at this time. What I did is I put in the email address. It's called vending@howard.edu. If there's any food truck vendor that is interested in vending during homecoming, have them to send an email, indicate to them the name of their business and contact information. And what will happen is that they'll receive a reply asking them to complete the appropriate application. One of the things we want to make sure people understand is that when you are for any vendors, they will require certification in the DMV area. We also need to make sure that when vendors who are interested in vending at Howard, they have to have license to vend in DC. One of the things that sometimes the vendors get confused is that they'll have a vending license, maybe for Virginia and Maryland, but not DC. So they have certain requirements that they'll have to meet. Once the vendor applies, we make sure they have those licensure, because what happens is that we then send our final approval list to the city to ensure, one, those vendors are licensed. Number two, they have met all the health codes requirements. And then number three, they do have the ability to maintain and exist within the DC limits from that standpoint. So by them sending that their inquiry to vending@howard.edu, I am very confident that someone will respond to them within 24 to 48 hours. We just started, open up the window for vendors, and I believe the deadline is almost maybe like the first week in October. But once they actually send the email, they'll respond indicating, one, what is the process, and then number two, whatever the cost is associated with from that standpoint. I know we're about out of time, Chairperson Harris. I thank you again for this opportunity. You have my contact information, reach out. And if you can, join us for Homecoming 100. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you again, Mr. Rivers. Really
You
appreciate
are welcome.
We're also, I think our October meeting will be right before homecoming starts. So we'll be sure to share out information then as well. But thank you for your presentation, and really excited to help Howard celebrate 100 years for homecoming.
Awesome. Thank you, and appreciate you as well as Chairperson. Take care, everyone. Have a great evening.
Have a good night.
I will. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you everyone again for joining us. That was our info session portion for the evening. This is our September ANC 1B meeting. I call this meeting to order at 7:01 p.m. Mr. Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Henderson,
Present.
Commissioner Chauvin,
Present.
Commissioner Sycamore,
Present.
Commissioner Lakatos.
Present.
I am present. Commissioner Fields.
Present.
I skipped Commissioner Kensick. I apologize. Commissioner Kensick
Present.
here. Chair Harris.
Present.
And Commissioner Jones.
Present.
With 9 of 9, we have a full house and quorum.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioners, you have an agenda before you. Do we have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
I move that we approve tonight's agenda.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Discussion?
Discussion.
Yes, I have a new business agenda item I'd like added. So to respect the folks who have dialed in, my community members, your community members, my neighbors, that they're put on notice that there will be an item for review of the T Street Task Force operations. And I'll have a motion that is forthcoming, and I just like it added to the agenda so that under new business, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Normally you don't have to add that, but thank you for that, and acknowledged when we get to new business, just make sure to remind me because I was not aware of that addition until now. Any other discussion points? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you. Commissioners, you have a consent agenda before you. However, we did not receive the prior meeting minutes, so we will have those at our next meeting. This was for August, but there is a speaking time, 2 comments of 2 minutes each for commissioners and community members, with an additional 20-second comment at the discretion of the chair. I will also be monitoring this from feedback from last meeting and prior meetings, so I will be keeping track. I will have a piece of paper in front of me, and I am glad to share it with anyone if anyone has any questions on it. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you. Executive officer reports, financial reports, Commissioner Lakatos.
No financial report. This meeting, we'll talk about the budget, but that is later in administrative.
Okay, great. Moving on, committee reports. ZPD, Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the last meeting of the Zoning Preservation and Development Committee, ANC 1B's ZPD committee considered one case. That was the case in the agenda, 527 Florida Avenue Northwest. I'll skip the special language and get back the technical language and get back to it. But first, what the applicant is seeking to do is that they have already built a back deck at the back of a townhouse, and they're looking to legalize and regularize it. So the committee considered basically area variances and a special exception that would allow the owner to legalize and regularize the currently existing deck. There were no serious concerns brought up with the proposed deck. There was some concern that it would impact the alleyway access of trash vehicles, but the majority of the committee looked at the property lines and noticed that the actual alleyway, the publicly owned alleyway, is far enough away from the deck that it should not do that. I can get into more detail. I see that Commissioner Kenzik has a question, and we can get to that in a moment. But the recommendation from the ZPD committee was that ANC 1B support BZA case 21167, located at 527 Florida Avenue Northwest.
Commissioner Kensick.
You said the deck was already built, as in, did they go through the process with DOB? Everything, checks out, balances, everything is, or is this something that they built and now they're asking for us to basically weigh in and agree to something that didn't go through the proper committees?
So I'm going to break that into two different things. It sounds like you're asking about like the structural integrity and whether DOB has inspected it. And that's, to my awareness, not something that the ANCs usually weigh in on. We usually just like let the DOB experts do their thing. So this is specifically about the zoning and not the structural integrity. I see Commissioner Chauvin is shaking his head, so he can correct me if I'm misspeaking on that. The second question is, basically, yes, the applicant appears to have built a rear deck without getting proper zoning approval. I don't know about Department of Buildings or other things like that, and is seeking to legalize it now. This is obviously not the way that ANC 1B prefers to find out about applications for zoning exceptions, but that's where we are.
Commissioner Henry.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't able to attend the meeting where this was discussed, but I know they do have the support of immediate neighbors, and in general, this is not like a roof deck or something that I think might warrant a different response from trying to go back and do the process correctly. I think in this case, it's generally not considered particularly controversial in LaJoy Park, so I would encourage folks to support the recommendation of the committee.
Thank you. And this is a picture of the existing roof deck.
Great. You can go ahead and take that off the screen. I appreciate you showing this.
Sure.
Commissioner Chauvin.
Yes, thank you. Well, with Larry's, Commissioner Hanahan's comments, I support the effort. However, I do think it's under the diligence and the duty of this commission to ensure that as necessary, and this I go back and forth on this, but we could also adopt a motion to ensure that we get a report regarding inspection and any engineering required. There's too much of this going on, and there's too much of it goes on behind the scenes you don't see. And I think we have a due diligence to a duty to ask the questions about whether, in fact, those measures and reviews have taken place versus just if there's a DOB review required, which I expect there is, that I'd like to see it because there's some stuff in my neighborhood where it's been built, it's been passed, and it hasn't been caught for problems that were evident upon a little view. So I don't want to encumber this too much. I just find it's our duty to ask those questions and to obtain another motion when necessary to ask for that submission of approval. I'm not saying it's called for here. I appreciate Commissioner Hanahan's comments. I approve of the adoption of the measure.
That's out of our purview, though, for requesting DOB documentation. We do not perform oversight over these agencies. That is something that BZA can ask for and should ask for. That is also something that if they were going through the zoning commission, but that's not something under our purview whatsoever. I get the want to do that. That is not something that the ANC has ever traditionally asked for. Commissioner Kensick.
Yeah, thank you. So you know, there's been a couple of places in here on Florida and 14th Street that have been doing this, and you know, DFB have had to issue stop work orders. Some of them started again. This is problematic to the city, and I just think that you know, although we might not oversee it, by us blanketing and saying we agree with it, then basically we're agreeing with something that technically is not legal. So you know, I move that we postpone this matter until next month's meeting. I'd like to have a little time to look at the structure, also talk to DOB, BZA, and see what their feedback is before we actually call a vote to this. Thank you.
But,
Were you
Madam Chair, may I
is
speak?
that actually, no, is that actually a motion? Did you just make a motion?
Yes, I did.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second? I need to hear
Second.
it. Discussion. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. Commissioner Kensick, I agree that it's not good for people to build things illegally and attempt to regularize them afterwards. That's just true. I don't see what delaying would do to benefit this ANC or our neighbors. The neighbors who are most impacted have written in favor of it. So I would encourage you, if you're interested in seeing it. Oh, and then also, sorry, one other thought. What we're looking at, so from a process perspective, we have an opportunity to recommend to BZA one thing or another. We're risking getting into a circular logic where it sounds like what you're proposing is we ask BZA what they think, and then we tell BZA what they think based on that, right? Where like BZA will take in multiple different inputs, ours included, and then make a decision based on that. It sounds like what you're proposing is asking BZA what they think in order to then give them feedback on the decision that they should make. And that process is just not it's just not going to work. So I'm worried that by delaying, we might actually lose out on our opportunity to weigh in on this. As Commissioner Handerhan said, the neighbors who are most immediately impacted do not seem to have a concern on this. The structure, unfortunately, does exist. And so if there were issues with it, I hope that we would hear. The applicant had to notify neighbors in order to apply for this exception as well. So there is a process at play here, and I'm concerned that attempts to modify that process will make things worse, not better.
Good timing. Okay, any other discussion points? Okay, all those in favor?
We're voting on the motion that Commissioner Kensick said.
Yep. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion does not pass. Okay. Any other comments on what is before us? So the committee did vote in favor that ANC 1B support the BZA case 21167. Are there any other comments or questions? Okay, do we have a motion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Jones.
I move, one moment. I move that ANC 1B support BZA case 21167 located at 527 Florida Avenue Northwest.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Chauvin.
Yeah, just to iterate the point, you know, unacceptable that you ask for permission after, and it happens too much. It happens without consequence. And if there's somebody on this commission that wants to follow up with reports and would like to report back, I support that, Commissioner Kensick. If there's something you need to find out to satisfy, your inquisitive and protective intent here, I support all of that. And anyway, that's my comment. I support the motion on the table.
Are there any other discussion points? Okay, all those in favor? Oh, Commissioner Trindade Duramo.
Sorry, I was slow on the trigger there. Just for Chair Jones, can you clarify whether the sort of post facto nature of this application was discussed in committee?
It was discussed. Committee members weren't happy about it, but also the question at hand was like, would the proposed structure or the exemptions and special exceptions needed cause harm to the neighbors? And the consensus was that it would not.
Meaning they would have approved it even if it had come regularly.
I think if everybody would have been happier on that, yeah, if it had come regularly.
Okay, are there any other discussion points? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Abstentions? Motion passes, thank you, with 5 yays, 1 opposed, 3 abstentions.
Thank
Okay,
you.
go ahead.
The next item on the agenda is something we anticipate discussing at the September meeting of the Zoning Preservation and Development Committee. Howard University Hospital is undergoing significant redevelopment. They have proposed a map amendment or change in zoning to a large area. You can see it's map amendment 24-01 that would change the zoning of that area mostly or entirely to MU9. Currently, a lot of that is zoned for industrial use. So this is an opportunity to change the use from industrial to another use. My understanding from exchanges with the Howard University representative on this is that they are in longstanding discussions with the LaDroit Park Neighborhood Citizen Association. I forget the precise wording, I apologize. But with the LaDroit Park neighbors, we've been anticipating hearing about this from Howard for several months now, but they're hammering out details with the LaDroit Park neighbors to try to make sure that they get that neighborhood association support, since that is the part of ANC 1B that directly borders and is partially covers what's there. So we're hoping that we will see them in 2 weeks at the next ZBD committee. But if discussions drag on, that could be delayed further. I'd like to, if the chair, if it would please the committee, I'd like for Commissioner Handerhan to give a quick update on that as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Handerhan.
Thank you. I'll be quick because I know this will be a long agenda item next month. The LaDroit Park Civic Association has been in those active conversations. Howard's been a great partner. There was several changes in the project, which is why we're not quite at the place that we hope to be, but there's a meeting next week. After that meeting between Howard and LPCA, I'm hopeful that I can share the kind of initial place that we're landing with all the commissioners so that they have some time to digest and that the committee can do their due diligence and that we're really ready for a meeting in a month. It is a very important piece of development and so far, really good partnership and feel very good about where we're landing, but it's hard, they're hard issues. So if anyone wants like a bit of more of like where things are, unofficially, but probably going to land, I'm happy to chat, especially the commissioners who are like pretty close borders. So Frank, Jamie, just let me know. Thank you.
Yeah. And so quick question.
Sorry, 1 second. Commissioner Handrian, can you be sure, and I'm sure you're in touch with them, but be sure to make sure that the 1E commissioners, particularly Commissioner or Chairperson Footer, is at least aware of the meeting, involved. I think he already is. But just make sure he's kept in the loop along with the other, I think, bordering commissioner. I mentioned Chairperson Footer because he's the chair of 1E. So,
You bet.
but go ahead, Commissioner Jones.
So, Commissioner Henderhan, my only quick question, and actually this might be a better question for Ms. Edmondson, who I think is in the audience today, but would you anticipate that they would be available at the next ZPD, that something would be available for discussion at the next ZPD committee meeting, which is 2 Mondays from now, the 16th, or do you think it's more likely that it's going to be kicked to the October meeting of the ZPD committee?
I will answer from the LaJoy perspective. Teresa, our amazing my counterpart and partner, can answer from Howard, but I think we're moving towards the former. And even if it's not like every T is crossed and every I is dotted, we'll have at least like the substance that is necessary.
Great.
Let's I'm not super aware of this. I only know let's just make sure we are kind of following kind of the timelines of this, especially if Howard needs our response, if that's with the zoning commission and things. So or if 1E is kind of letting us take the lead since this is primarily in 1B, let's just make sure that we get something sooner rather than later so then they have time to respond as well too.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
All right. The next meeting of the Zoning Preservation and Development Committee of ANC 1B will be on Monday, September 16th at 6:30 p.m. via Zoom. To attend, check out ANC 1B's website. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next is ABR, Commissioner Fields.
Yep. So we met this past month, but there's a few issues that we should discuss prior to committee reports. So I know that Commissioner Kinzick mentioned Thirst Lounge was having some discussions with the community in the area, and we've got the owners of Thirst here today to sort of speak to their business, their intent within the community, and we'll give them the floor first. And then I understand that there are community members that also would like to share comments with the entity, and we'll try to find a common ground from there. So I invite Brandon and Sean to speak on their lounge. Yeah.
And something that I just want to note too is if we need to, can Commissioner Fields, can we take, and this doesn't require a formal motion, but can we potentially take this back to ABR if it needs an even larger discussion? So at your meeting in a couple weeks, is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. I will let Brandon and Sean, you go ahead and take it away. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Hello, Commissioner Chairperson Harris and everyone. Thank you for having us. We are Thirst Lounge. We are half of the ownership team at Thirst Lounge, which is DC's only Black-owned LGBTQ lounge. We were created to cultivate an inclusive atmosphere that centers the experience of Black and Brown LGBTQ plus individuals to connect and socialize over good drinks, good food, and good music. We offer a modern, moderately priced space in the DC metro area. We want it to be slightly outside of the U Street area because, there's a lot that goes on there, and we want it to be a little bit away from that area as, our clientele, is a little more mature and doesn't, particularly like to be around that environment necessarily. But we wanted to create a space that caters to the Black and Brown experience. There are a lot of LGBTQ lounges in places in DC, but none of them are representative of our experience. And so that was our main intent. We have, in addition to, drinks and food, we do things for the community as far as, raising awareness about HIV and AIDS, health seminars and things like that. We have done book signings and just a host of things that are not just nightlife specific. So, we want to be an inclusive and part of the community where we really are leaders in our area to inspire and help other Black and brown businesses know that they have a place in DC and that they can grow and create their own mark in the city.
Thank you for that. For those of you guys who are interested in location specifically, they're off 14th Street. Brandon, if you want to speak to your hours quickly, and then maybe we can promote Dara, who seems like one of the community members that wanted to comment.
So we are at on 14th Street, as you mentioned. Excuse me, our hours, we operate Tuesday through Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we're open from 5 p.m. until midnight. And then on Friday, we're open from 5 p.m. until between 2 and 3 in the morning. And then Saturday, it's from 2 p.m. until about 3 in the morning. And then on Sunday, it's from 2 p.m. until between 12 and 1 a.m.
Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate you trying to create a new and different experience and being here tonight to just discuss some community matters. Is Dara enabled to speak? No? Yeah, okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it. To let you know, I live at 1414 Belmont Street. I'm on the second floor, and my main room faces Florida Avenue. I'm on the second floor, and I can see the roof deck of Thirst Lounge from my windows, which are 7 feet tall. And all my bedrooms are along the alley going up between Florida and Belmont. And I have a 3-year-old daughter. I have lived here. I bought my condo in 2010, January 2010. So I have seen the neighborhood change mostly for the better, and it's great to see. And I'm delighted to hear what Thirst Lounge is trying to do. My concern is, ever since they've moved in, I have been woken up multiple times in the middle of the night. My daughter's been woken up. I haven't been able to have dinner with my daughter or play with, do normal things with my daughter, because particularly when there's music on the roof, I actually can hear it more than a block away. And so, and then I have called in the police, who told me there were multiple complaints and advised me to file with file with the Alcohol and Beverage Board, which I did. And then the last 2 weekends, it has been so disruptive during dinner and also my daughter's bedtime in her bedroom, that we actually 2 Sundays ago, we walked down. I'm a single parent, so she has to go wherever I go. We walked down in her pajamas and asked for assistance, for them to just turn down the bass. They ignored us. And then this Sunday we walked down again, and I was told to basically go away, that, I live in a loud neighborhood and I should just deal with it. I insisted on speaking with the manager, who came out and literally turned his back to me and walked away from me before I even said a word. And all I did was ask. All I said is, like, all I'm asking for you to do is turn the bass down. I was not asking for the music to go off. I was just asking for the bass to go down, which I had asked Lucy Bar on Pride Day, because it was so loud that I could hear it, almost a block away. And they gladly did and politely did. And so I just I tried to do the neighborly thing and asked, politely, and I was polite. I was with my 3-year-old, and it was extreme. I was treated with extreme disrespect, as was my 3-year-old, who, and when they did finally turn down the bass, which I'm grateful they did, we could still hear it, but not as bad. And I couldn't hear it in my daughter's room. We both were very polite and said thank you. My daughter, in fact, said thank you 3 times. So All I'm asking is that they modulate the sound so I cannot hear it a block and a half away, including in our bedrooms, or be woke up at night. I'm delighted that there's such, ambition. I just want the sound modulated. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep the timer up, Commissioner Trindade Dramo. I just want to make sure, and I know this is sensitive, and I'm very aware of that, but we do need to stick to the time that we voted on. Are there any other commissioner comments, community comments? Brandon or Sean, if you want to address any of that, you're more than welcome to address that. If you would like to address it offline, we can share your contact info. I leave it to you.
I'd like to address it offline with Dara if possible. This is a situation that I'm not just is the first time I'm hearing this entire situation, so it's a bit jarring. But you can share our contact information and we can meet to have a better discussion on exactly what happened and the dates specifically around that. Also, what time of day this is exactly happening, what days of the week is happening. I'm not really sure of those answers.
Yeah, if Commissioner Trindade Dramo, I believe you have Brandon and Sean's information. So if you can go ahead and put that in the chat, since we have their permission to do so. The other thing that I will add, if it's helpful, and I will then turn it to commissioners who have questions. I live on U Street. I live directly on U Street, so I'm very much signed up for the noise, all of that. But when I have talked with different establishments, I feel privileged, and also make sure I relay it to community members as well too, as I often have the owner's contact info. So if any major concerns arise, then I can reach out kind of directly. So I don't know if you're giving that permission right now, but if you can, I think that would be most helpful to some of the community members that may be here, if they can reach out to you directly with any of their concerns, especially if it's timely on whatever day of the week and issues with noise. Would that be okay?
That's totally fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Chauvin.
Yes, Dara, thank you for presenting this evening. And I know that there's a set of commissioners that take this very seriously. There are noise codes. Noise shall not be heard from amplified conditions from an establishment under the alcohol code. It's important here to me and my 2,000 constituents that this board, this ANC, take that seriously. And I appreciate this commission inviting you this evening. I've been involved with conversations on this matter for 5 years. Recently, I've engaged with both the Commissioner of Jurisdiction, Alan Kensick, and the Director of APCA to work through some of this from another complainant. I have another situation. Again, we're talking about 14th and W area. I live off of 9th and Westminster, and I am also managing a sound problem there. It's been going on for a year or longer. And unfortunately, the ability to manage this is not present. The code needs reform. ABCA and their processes, their adjudication and investigation processes need reform. And I'd like the commitment from this commission to ensure that's done. And I'll be looking forward to that. And I have a motion in new business for some resources to allow for our preparation for a participation with alcohol code amendments that are on the table and forthcoming. And I will do what I can and commit to ensuring that resources are available from the city and from this
Okay, your
commission.
time is up, Commissioner
Thank
Chauvin.
you.
And I just would like to expound. I think it's not fair for you unless you meant the entire commission. I think all of the commissioners on here do care about our constituents' concerns, whether it's from noise to other things. So to characterize that there's only a set is unfair. Commissioner Kinsick.
Yes, so fact, Thirst opened in November of last year. Fact, I was notified in February of this year. Fact.
No, that's not true.
You didn't open November of last year?
We absolutely did not. We opened in December.
Okay. All right. So December of last.
So the noise complaints that you received in November are not for us. I don't know who started doing that, but there's no way that could have happened. We were not open until December 9th. And we emailed you on December 26th and did not receive a response until February 4th.
Thank you. Try to be polite and not interrupt each other. The point here is I was made aware of the situation in February by a constituent. I have actually over 7 constituents now that call me on a regular basis. Last night while I was at work until 12 o'clock, one of them had called me to actually go by the club at 11 o'clock. And I got to tell you, thought it was like a Saturday in Manhattan. So we met in February as a group. I talked to you about the retractable ceiling. You guys mentioned about your 14,000 you spent in stereo to help matters and make sure that the sounding was going to be working out. What measures have you guys done in terms of soundproofing? Have we done anything with that, to date? Because here we are now in September, almost October, almost a year later, and I'm just not seeing any light to the end of the tunnel. I did talk to Kara for the first time. She had reached out to me, I think 2 or 3 days ago, told me that, literally people wouldn't look at her in the face when she's going down there, and trying to talk and say, hey, I know that another individual, Annie, they've been going through some hard times. They had a son back in, I want to say March. And, I know I've reached out to you directly, Brendan, asking, please for tonight, the baby's just coming home. They're literally in the backyard, and we have to be considerate to all people in all parties. I love that the club is here. I think it's a great space, but I also know that people deserve the right to have quiet and peace in their home, and we also know that residential oversees.
Your time is up.
Excuse me, he actually interrupted me, and I lost a couple times. So I asked Kylan, let me finish with my thought. Thank
Finish your last thought, and then that's it.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. So my point is that, when we're looking at a residential area and a commercial area, the residential supersedes the commercial. There's been a lot of discussions with Director Musali and with the different entities that Commissioner Chauvin has mentioned. And we're just really trying to come to an agreement and come to the table where people can coexist, enjoy good music, and work together. This is not to hurt any business. I just want to make sure that the people that I represent, that they also speak to me on a regular basis, that they're being heard and they're being noticed. That's all.
Okay,
Thank you.
your time is up, Commissioner Kinsick.
I already said thank you.
Okay. Brandon or Sean, if you want to respond to that, and also I will give you time, so don't feel the need to kind of chime in. I'll be sure to give you time to answer anything while the commissioners have questions. So if you want to respond to that.
Sure, and my apologies. I did not know that was the process, so forgive me for that. We have soundproofed the back wall of our space. We have installed automatic automation on the rooftop so that it can close and there's no delay in closing it when quiet hours start, or quieter hours start. Our speakers face downward. They do not face out or up any longer. We can control the zones of the speakers so that they can be turned down, or turned to a volume that's acceptable. We have also purchased a decibel reader that we are installing so that we can see exactly what the level is inside of our space. The issue that seems to be happening is that when we had a conversation in February, the decibel level was set at one level. We put it there, and then we're told that it's still too loud. So we don't have an understanding of an objective way to measure the sound in order to keep it at the level that people want it to be at. There is just subjective ears that are allowed to make proclamations and say that things are bad for them. And that is a bit problematic because we don't have anything to work toward. We would love for there to be something that was objective to be able to work towards so that we know whether we are in violation or not. As far as yesterday is concerned, it was karaoke night, and there was no way that it was as loud as it's a Saturday or Sunday because there's no DJ there. So I don't know what that is or what that description is. Also, we have had conversations with you, Commissioner Kinzik, and back in April, we were told that you were looking into ways to help us find funding in order to pay for some of these upgrades. We have not heard anything back about that since then. So I don't know what else we're supposed to do. When we reach out, we try to get that type of information and we don't get a response from anyone. Additionally, like I said, we emailed back on December 26th of 2023. We did not hear anything back from you until February. We had the meeting with Annie and you in February, and there has been barely any communication since then. We gave Annie our email address. She has not emailed us or said anything to us ever about any of the issues that she has had directly. And while, we have another neighbor who we have given our information out to, and we've said, let us know if you have an issue, and he does, and we will immediately and promptly turn that down when he has an issue. I don't know what else it is that we can do beyond what we are trying to do.
Yeah. And thank you for laying that out. I think I'm going to get to you, Commissioner Sycamore, and you again, Commissioner Kinzik. If anyone else has anything, please raise your hand. I also have a comment. I think, though, one of the best paths forward in this is one to potentially have you all at our ABR committee meeting where there are committee members who have, worked with establishments for a long time. I know there are a couple committee members who live in my district. So that could be helpful. They might have interesting ideas. I think the other path is potentially setting up an in-person meeting with you all, with the neighbors. Maybe there are other communication channels we can establish so that when they do have concerns, rather than bubbling up to the ANC, it can go directly to you all. So there's no kind of bottlenecks. So I'm going to clearly everybody has comments, so we will get to everybody, but I'm going to go one time through. And just like I'm saying, we have those other paths. So if there are other commissioners who want to join those things, they can do so. But I think those are the best paths forward for the commission. Does that sound okay to you both, Brandon and Sean?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Sycamore.
Hi, thank you so much for coming. I know that this issue has been going on for a while. I have a lot of good friends who went to your opening night. They had a great time, and I think you guys are a great asset to this community. My SMD is right across the street from you. So I haven't had any complaints actually until this week. I had two people email me about the noise. So that was one thing that's now affecting my constituents. I wanted to just say that Chair Harris stole my thunder a little bit, and I said I would love to maybe guide you and some of the neighbors and have some sort of community meeting around this and bring some sort of resolution that way. I know you moved into the old MOVA space. I don't know if you guys were around when MOVA was there. But yeah, I mean, I know they face a lot of the same issues that you're facing. So I guess I just aged myself if I just talked about MOVA. But yeah, I think that's actually a great way forward with Chair Harris's suggestion. Just know that the community is behind you and we are backing you, but we just want to make sure that it's a win-win for everybody. So don't think that we're all against you or anything of that matter. We just want to make sure that these issues are addressed. But thank you so much for coming.
Commissioner Kinsey.
Yeah, thank you, Brendan, for the comments. And you're absolutely right. You did email me in December, and I think I told you when I wrote back that I actually overlooked the email. And that was even before I got the first complaint in February, and wished you guys well, and I want you guys to succeed. You had there was another commissioner from DuPont Circle. I'm sorry, I believe it's Commissioner Slate, who had proposed that we use funds or try to get funds for soundproofing for you. And I did look into that. The ONAC said, you guys aren't financially in distress, meaning the 1B, because we have over 170,000 K. And typically under 40 K in a bank, what they do is then the ONC will step in and try to provide some sort of stability or to help the area out. So unless our commissioners, which I don't believe we can do, I know we can't do, say we can use some of our 170K thousand to put soundproofing in your establishment, I don't really know how to answer that. I did look into what Commissioner Slot had said. I did speak to Director Bass at the ONAC. So I did follow up to see what I can do in terms of helping you guys. But as I stated, being in construction and property management, retractable roofs are very difficult to manage. The sound is going to elude because they're not really structural roofs that are like a typical, where they have a sound absorber. The glass and the fact that they move, they're going to emit sound no matter what. So some of the suggestions that I've heard from people is maybe on a Sunday or a Saturday, just on the upper part, that might help in lowering it. I don't know, what the best way is, but I'll tell you that the previous place that was there was it was a sushi bar. So there was never an issue, and you guys bought the license from them. So it didn't, it wasn't like you guys have done anything wrong. It's still, you moved into a residential / commercial area. And with that, we just, the sake of other commissioners with their hand up, I just want you to know that we want to help you. And if there's ways that I can talk to the committee and Lakatos and see if we can use monies of 1B, I just don't know if we can, from my understanding. Okay, thank you.
And unfortunately, that is not something we can use our funds for. I would say there are other avenues, not just OANC, to pursue. There's certainly we can help foster a connection with U Street Main Streets. We can certainly help other ways. I'm sure there are other channels, so there's not just one, but that is something we can certainly talk about at another meeting. So I don't want to take up kind of more time, but I think just one last point there is that we appreciate you kind of trying to find solutions. So I think that's really important, and I think we needed to say that out loud. Commissioner Handerhan.
Just really quick, Brandon, if you're open to it, we had a kind of challenge that reminds me of the situation with Flash on Florida Ave, and something that it took us a while to get to, but we realized it wasn't actually a decibel issue as much as the bass issue. And it actually had a totally different impact on the experience of neighbors as far as how they were experiencing the sound. I don't know if that's what's happening here, but what you said made me think of that. I could connect you to the owner. They have a retractable roof. Commissioner Kenzik's right. It's really hard, to mitigate noise, but they were able to put in both a decibel reader and test some bass measures that has led to a much more sustainable noise situation. So I'd be happy to put both the commissioners and you in touch with the relevant folks.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Henderson. Commissioner Fields.
Yes, I do want to say that we, hear everyone on the call and we appreciate you guys for sharing your concerns, and we appreciate you as an entity and an establishment for sharing your concerns as well, because we do want both parties to be happy. I know that in the past, Commissioner Kenzik has done a home visit. I believe there was an APCA representative there so they could see what the resident was experiencing. And I know today when we spoke, we discussed potentially setting that up. And so I think that'll be another avenue to solving this issue more quickly. And I just want to let everyone know that we'll be discussing this again at our APCA meeting. It's on September 18th, virtually via Zoom. And so I'll plan to be in discussion with you between now and then to sort of, update you on some efforts and hopefully make plans to get this resolved.
Thank you. Commissioner Chauvin.
Yes, so the resources available under the law and under our practices for decades is a settlement agreement. And unfortunately, settlement agreements are only required during a new license, renewal license, and a substantial change application. And this isn't the case, but this commission followed, I think in June, we passed a request going to you, asking you to engage in a settlement agreement process. So we need to clarify the real means. It's not to sit around a table and talk this to death. We have some means. It's called a settlement agreement, and it's a neighborly participation, back and forth discussions where you can agree on methods you will undertake to reduce noise. And so I think that path's well worn and required utilization by this commission and me for my SMD. So I'd like to ensure that maybe get your buy-in, and I think there might be a letter forthcoming that perhaps Chair Sable might speak to. But you will engage in a settlement agreement to review noise matters and undertake mitigation measures that will ensure that we all can live in some harmony here. Would you be willing to engage in that, Mr. Burke?
We're willing to look at whatever it is that you sent over or that you have drafted. I don't mind reading through it. I don't know how else to respond to that.
Yeah, that's okay. We did vote on a letter to send to you all. There was some discussion about hesitation around the letter to try to make sure that we kind of were both coming to the table at a cool temperature, that it's not, super controversial or anything, because, no one wants you all to shut down. I think we all very much value that you are creating a safe and fun space. So I think that is why, Commissioner Chauvin, the letter has not been sent. But I think we can continue the discussions. I think it is very clear to me, and maybe it's not to Commissioner Chauvin, that there just has been some miscommunication. We are all busy. So things have been missed, things have been overlooked. So I think this does warrant, as Commissioner Field stated, for you all to come to APR, and then for us, and I'm happy to set it up, or to help at least kick off the coordination to set up some sort of neighborhood meeting with you all. And then figure out, what is that path forward? Does that look like a settlement agreement? You don't have to have a renewal or new license or an entertainment endorsement to have a settlement agreement. It is something that can take place at any time, and we can talk about that further. But I think, it's clear to me that just a couple more kind of touch points are warranted. for this. So really appreciate you all's willingness on that. And I think some of the commissioners here have ideas on what they can send over, other similar establishments. I'm also happy to share similar establishment settlement agreements. So it seems like this is, we have a path for a solution here. Does that sound right? Brandon, Sean?
Oh, yes.
Right, right.
So, I mean, sorry, I didn't know.
No, all good, all good.
This is, yeah, I mean, this conversation and the type of meeting with the neighborhood was what we wanted initially when we reached out back in December. And because it has taken this long for us to be included in a meeting, I mean, this was also something that we, found out about. No one told us initially even that this was happening. And so that type of connection and conversation is what we've been looking for, and it hasn't happened this way. So we definitely are interested in having some of those touch points that you're talking about, and community meetings and whatever, to make people feel more comfortable with who we are and what we're trying to do, and that we are here to not cause a disturbance to the neighborhood either.
Sean, did you want to add anything? I noticed your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that what I know for sure is that communication will create resolution. And I think that that is what has been missing this whole time. And it has to be consistent, and it can't just be complaints. It has to be some type of resolve between the two parties. And today is a great start to that. And I think that we can look past what's happened, from December to now, and try to move forward. I think if we do that, that would be great. And whenever you want to reach out and talk to us, and we are available, all of those. I'm most disturbed by the incidents that happened where someone came and complained and they said someone turned their back on them, or that type of behavior is not acceptable in our establishment. And I had not heard of that until today. And if that is something that has been happening, then that is something that I expected to hear from whoever our SMD is, to let us know that someone in our establishment has been disregarding people in the neighborhood. Don't let that stuff go. Let us know about that, because that's something that we don't tolerate. And I appreciate you bringing that to our attention, and we will resolve that.
To my clock, and
Thank you for noting that.
wasn't able to finish. I think I had.
Commissioner Chauvin, can you hold off? And you did have, you've already had 2 comments. So if I do grant you time, you will have 20 seconds. But thank you, Sean, for bringing that up. I think what that highlights is, I think, one, yes, it's important for complaints and concerns to be raised, but I think the other factor, and Commissioner Kinsick, if you can help your neighbors and constituents with this, when you all are in kind of operation and having different things, if the neighbors kind of feel, oh, this isn't that loud, I think that is something also to be noted to you all. So then you can see, maybe if you're available, to see the decibel, or to know, oh, okay, the bass isn't on. So then it creates that pathway of, okay, this is, I guess, reasonable. This is good. So Commissioner Kinsick, if you can, ask your constituents to maybe make note of that, so then that can be more consistent. So it's not just maybe the complaints, although those are very important and those are things to pay attention to. You also can pay attention to the times that things are going all right. Okay, I'm seeing you nod your head. Okay, Commissioner Chauvin, you have 20 seconds.
Yeah, I just wanted to say there's also some jurisdictional issues. This commission has been looking at the matter of a SMD, Commissioner of Jurisdiction, and there's been some overlap, some things going on that the Commissioner of Jurisdiction, Alan Kensick, should have been on these discussions. And so that has led to a few confusion, stumbles, and problems. So I look forward to clarifying that.
What are you referring
going
to?
forward. Thank
What
you.
are you referring to?
I'm referring to calls that have been undertaken on this issue that have not included Commissioner Kenzik.
What calls?
Uh, I don't, there are several calls that have been undertaken by this commission and commissioners that have undertaken work on this matter and have led to the confusion.
What calls? That's still vague. Like what
Sure,
calls?
I would like to ask Alan, would you like to address it or should I, Alan?
Yeah, no, I will. Thank you, Commissioner Chauvin. So, when we had looked at that letter, I want to say I've been, Brandon and Sean, I've been really patient. I looked at the letter and I said, okay, let's try this. Secretary Duramo had reached out and about I want to say a month and a half after it passed, and you know I could have easily just said let's go. I mean, Chair Harris said she would sign it. I know she even committed to that today to one of my constituents, and it's make it sound like I'm some person that doesn't want you guys. That's not the case. I really have been trying to help, and I've been doing and answering the calls of duty. When Commissioner Showman's talking about calls, there's been discussions that I have not been involved with between yourself and Secretary Duramo. I know that you guys were trying to get us all together to go as a front to Thirst, and Secretary Duramo and I started that conversation. Unfortunately, 2 weeks ago, it was Brandon's birthday on a Tuesday. The week after, Commissioner Duramo was away on some business, whatever he had to do, address. So that's been the last 2 weeks. But really, and even when I texted Brandon, I said, "There's no." We want to come talk. I'm just trying to really resolve the matter. And to Commissioner Chauvin's point, is just that there's been discussion that I'm just not aware of. And I have constituents that really are calling me daily and emailing me daily and calling me at work daily. And I don't mind. I'm still answering and I'm still doing what I can do for my job and as a commissioner. But I also have to be fair to the people that live there and have lived there for Annie for 3 years. And Dara, she just told me 12 years. I mean, Dara just emailed me 2 days ago. I would have told you, Sean, if I knew. She literally just emailed me and said that this has happened and occurred. And I didn't know a time and place. I know Commissioner Fields, you and I discussed this a couple of months ago because I needed some direction because I haven't had to deal with.
You have had 3 times to speak, so your time is well up, and you've had full 2 minutes each time.
Understood. I just asked if I could just close. It'll be 20 seconds. I'm not trying to, I'm trying to work this out. And Chair, in fairness, there's been a lot of my time in this for the last almost a year now.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Sorry. Thank you. That's fine. Whatever.
Okay, we're not going to resolve this tonight, folks. I really don't understand what the problem is, Commissioner Chauvin. It seems like Commissioner Kinsick is well aware of what is being discussed and what isn't being discussed and talking with his constituents. So I don't really see what you're trying to highlight here, but also say it's every commissioner's right to speak with people who come and talk with them. And I'm not going to begrudge them that. I did talk, Commissioner Kinsick, as you are aware, because I think you passed on my information. I did talk with one of your constituents today. And that's not a secret. So like, I think that was important to talk about. So this is a moot point. I think we need to move forward. And we have a path forward. Sean, Brandon, if you would like to add anything, please do so. But I think we are all looking forward to a resolution, and I think that will come about with the couple of meetings that we have in front of us.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I just want to reiterate again that we are looking forward to working with the community and the people who live around us. I think that what I heard, and I saw one of the meetings that you had online. Somehow I just happened across it, and in that meeting there was like a protest vote being brought against Thirst Lounge when we weren't even up for renewal. So it seems like there is just there's not due process with us, and that is what is frustrating to me. I just want to have, I just want us to move in like in a sense of order. We just opened in December. We haven't even been open for a year. We are open to communicating with you and trying to resolve with the neighbors. And also, it's a community of about what 11,000 neighbors. And if you are getting complaints from 100, 95, if it's just one who is calling you nonstop, then I mean, I understand your frustration with that, but I'm just saying that for us as a business, we can do what we can do if that person will communicate with us, or if those two people will communicate with us. We have people who are in the community that do, and we make adjustments. We unplugged our sub for one of our neighbors. They asked us, they said, "Hey, the bass is kind of loud." We were like, "Okay, we got you." And we did it. You know, it's not, we're not trying to be combative. And so I think the frustration comes in with the non-communication. If we just communicate, Alan, you can reach out to me, you can reach out to Brandon. It doesn't always have to be Brandon, it's two of us. We have two emails. Reach out to us whenever you have an issue. If someone is calling you incessantly about something, we can try to rectify that so that you're not stressed out about it. You know what I'm saying? That's not what we're trying to create in this environment. So thank you again for having us in this meeting. Whenever the next one is, we will do our best to be here as well if you want us to.
And I want to be sure, one, to clarify, I think that was an oversight on the ABR committee. We do not, you are absolutely right. We do not protest things just willy-nilly. So that was just an oversight on our end. And apologies for that. That is something that we rectified at that meeting when it did come before us.
Yes, thank you
So
for that.
I'm happy to share that, but again, apologies. That was again just an oversight on our end. And thank you for calling that out. Well deserved, but yes, we will definitely make sure that we are a lot more intentional about that moving forward. The other thing is Lindsay Hicks, who is a part of U Street Main Streets, dropped her email into the chat about potentially helping, I think, with sound mitigation, any of those efforts. There might be grants. I don't want to put words in her mouth. So I will pass along her info. And then Dara did mention, she said, I hope that the residents will get to speak with Sean and Brandon, as you both echoed and said you will,
Yes.
and engage with them as these discussions continue. And she mentioned grateful for everyone working together for a resolution so we all can enjoy it. So thank you again for joining us this evening. I think that says a lot. Many establishment owners don't even do that. So thank you for joining us. And we will continue to keep the door open and hopefully find a solution to all of this that works for everyone.
Sounds good.
Thank you. That sounds great.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Fields, do you want to go to the continue with ABR?
Yes, thank you so much. So the next placard that we have to review is regarding the Greek Spot. The Greek Spot is trying to request an alcohol license. They are located at 2017 11th Street Northwest. They've been in operation for quite a long time. When we had discussions at the committee level, 2 committee members were in favor of approving this license and 2 committee members were opposed. So ultimately the vote came to be in protest of this license on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet. But from an email earlier received by Commissioner Chauvin, I guess that is being recommended for a change. I'm not sure I can let him speak to that matter now.
Yes, I have no objection. I've met with the owner. Lots of the community utilize this spot, and he just wants to sell beer and wine to keep his operation going because it's tough on all restaurants these days, as we know. So, great owner, great guy, great member of the community. Wants to participate in a bid. Happy to hear that. I have no objection to dropping to not proceeding with a protest.
Commissioner Fields, I think I just want to double check because Commissioner Chauvin, you would hold all of the commission to this. Was Commissioner Chauvin a part of the vote to protest? What did that kind of look like? Or does what Commissioner Chauvin is saying, does that resolve the committee's recommendation to protest or not?
Right, Commissioner Chauvin was adamantly in favor of a protest, but I guess at this time, since he discussed with the owner, that his mind has changed, and I believe that's in favor of what the other committee members suggested. So I don't have any objections to it either.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we do not need to take any action, so if you want to keep progressing forward, that's fine.
Yes, so we did have a review on bunker. There was the committee recommended that the commission protest the establishment on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet. They're trying to extend their hours, and committee members did say that the noise levels were impacting residents in the surrounding community. Based on the placard, I reached out to APCA because it was placarded after our July meeting and would have needed a protest from us before our September meeting. It looks like they might move to replacard it, but just to ensure that the commission's opinion is taken into consideration, I'd love for us to vote on that tonight.
This is in my SMD and I received emails from the owners. I have not received any complaints about bunker. They're underground. They're also underneath of subway. They're not underneath of any residents. Maybe I could be slightly wrong because there is one, but I pass by bunker every day. And again, they've been open for over a year and a half, and I haven't heard any complaints. So me personally, I will not be supporting a protest because again, it's underground. I'm unclear of what complaints have been received. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. I think I'm going to ask Commissioner Fields to do something she's about to do anyway. But Commissioner Fields, would you mind just elaborating a little bit? So were there specific allegations that of noise issues or order issues? Like basically when the committee recommended that the commission protest on peace, order, and quiet, did anybody at that meeting have like specific instances of this establishment causing problems with peace, order, and quiet? And if so, would you mind like just summarizing what those were? Thank you.
Yes, I'll start off by saying that I concur with Chairperson Harris. I've not heard any complaints about bunker at all. There were no specific complaints on the call. I was adamant on the call that they are not directly below any residential entity. However, there were two people on the call who adamantly wanted or were in favor of a protest just based on, I guess that it's across the street from a residential entity, but I don't believe that as an individual, in my individual capacity as a commissioner, I don't believe that we should protest bunker either.
Did
so there were
you
no complaints? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, Commissioner Fields. When they say across the street, is it the Louis, the building above Trader Joe's?
They weren't able to readily identify the residential building. I was adamant that there are none around there, but they just said there are units. They mentioned next to Legacy, but I did mention that's across the street, and that Legacy is in between any units that could be mentioned. So yeah.
I'm well aware of the LCM. I have friends and I know constituents who live in the building, and I haven't heard anything. That's not to say that the complaints don't exist, but both of those places are in my SMD, and I have not heard anything. I was asking about the Louis because that's not in my SMD, so wondering if that heard from there. But I've heard one complaint from Lost Society, but not from Bunker. Commissioner Chauvin.
Yes, I did it on a matter of 2 points. I protested. I was involved with the committee protest. I did not motion to do it, but I supported the agenda of a resident that lives a block and a half away on matters of we as a commission and as a ANC committee of alcohol committee have undertaken a protocol to ensure that clubs and taverns are predominantly covered by settlement agreements. This protects the neighborhood and it makes good neighbors. That's been a 5-year commitment with my service, and also has been sort of the focus of this committee. Because any day this license could be sold, and it might be a bad operator. There is 100% mess with trash in the back of that property because there's a big mess. There's I don't know how many buildings share trash back there. It's a utter mess with a rat apocalypse. You know, I supported the person that lives close, and I support it on the fact of it's good to engage in settlement agreements for clubs and for taverns that mostly do affect our residents and our neighborhoods. And there's another issue here, and I'm going to ask for probably 15 more seconds. But the arts overlay, this is a big theme in my 5-year tenure in this neighborhood, in this service around ANCs, that the arts overlay, one of its 4 premises is to protect the neighborhoods. And there is no real ability to protect neighborhoods. And I'm making a claim with the Office of Planning as we speak. I have ongoing conversations. They haven't protected my neighborhood off of 9th and U. All right, there's lots of residents. They're very unhappy. So under the protection by the arts overlay required to protect neighborhoods, this process, us, you, the city aren't doing their job. And so I think a settlement agreement is called for.
Commissioner Chauvin.
Thank you.
Commissioner Trindade Drama, if you can set a timer for myself. Again, this is in my SMD. It is
And I support you in your SMD.
Commissioner Chauvin.
I support you.
I am speaking. It's in my SMD. I am very well aware of settlement agreements. I do try to pursue those. I have negotiated dozens of settlement agreements. This one did not surface because it was underground. It's underground. There's no residential units on top. This didn't seem to warrant it. My unit, again, faces the alley that you're talking about, but it's not the establishments contributing to it. Unfortunately, it's likely my building and my neighbors contributing to the trash. So I, again, will not be supporting a protest. I will be reaching out to the establishment if they would like to sign a settlement agreement, but I don't think there's an issue here. If the neighbor would like to come forward and let me know about the complaints, I'm happy to surface those to Bunker, but Bunker, for all accounts, aside from maybe I think one issue with a dress code, it's a LGBTQ run establishment. And again, I haven't heard any complaints about them. They're underground. They seem to be good operators, although I don't think anyone here should be the judge of that. But I haven't heard any complaints. And I don't think this warrants a protest. So I will leave it at that. Sorry, Commissioner Andrea.
Thanks. Frank is right that we generally do and have protested this kind of establishment's license as a general kind of protecting ourselves from, future scenarios we can't totally predict. It sounds like there might be a neighbor complaint, although I do think it's really is incumbent on us to make sure that the SMD rep, in this case, Chair Harris, is involved in those, just as we talked about with Thirst Lounge, and to kind of have those complaints surfaced in a way that led to a protest without involving the SMD rep. Like we have to all listen for what we're holding some people accountable for and not others. It's really a process thing. I don't think it's really intentional. We're all moving really fast. I have no concerns with Bunker. I think the settlement agreement process is so easy with most establishments that it's worth doing, and for this type of establishment, not for every establishment. And so I do think that's a legitimate point that Commissioner Chauvin is making. So I would probably vote to agree with the committee on this, although I'm frustrated that the SMD rep wasn't looped into the concerns. Commissioner Chauvin, if the concerns, if you could just maybe quickly say, were they noise or trash related, that might inform my vote. But I do think, it's not a hard process. Most people are happy to be involved in it. Sounds like we could do a little more to make sure we're being consistent in how it's applied. But I do think a settlement agreement for a club is a good thing for your street.
Go ahead, Commissioner Chauvin. What were the complaints centered around?
It was trash, peace, order, and quiet. People coming to the establishment and parking in front of their house at 4 a.m. and aggregating.
How do they know it's from Bunker?
It contributes to the peace and disorder. And so, unfortunately, we weren't able over the last 20 years to fully undertake management of our big district. And I'm not blaming us. I'm saying the whole process has been allowed to evolve in a way that's unmanageable. And unfortunately, we can't just throw up our hands and we can make small contributions to ensuring we can right the ship. And that's my intent. And so
I don't think anyone is throwing up their hands here. I think I made it very clear that I will be approaching them with a settlement agreement, but I, again, have not heard any direct concerns about issues. This will also say, since this is all in the record, and if they have a attorney representing them, this could be grounds to dismiss our protest because we don't have any specific claims. So
well, there were specific claims by a colleague on the committee, and I was supporting her in this. That was my one of 2 points why I'm supporting the protest. Perhaps
I'm sorry. We need to move on. We do have
Commissioner Fields. Can you recount those items?
Commissioner Fields, if you can recount them quickly, and then I do need to move on to Commissioner Sycamore and Commissioner Kinsick.
Yes. So as a chair, just recounting our last meeting, nothing was mentioned about parking or trash. Again, this is an application for a substantial change, so increasing their hours. And so I believe the person that was speaking to this was wanting to protest in case those increased hours did cause noise issues and other issues surrounding that. That's what I remember and what I have notated in our meeting minutes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sycamore.
Thanks, Chair. For once, I think Chair Harris and I are in a very strong agreement on this issue. I have talked to the owners of Bunker a couple times just in casual conversation, and they know that I'm an ANC rep here. And I've asked them a couple times if anything has ever come to their attention, and they've always said there's been no complaints. As far as I know, that none of us until just now that I'm hearing about this have received any complaints. So I will be joining you, Chair Harris, in your votes, and I encourage all the other commissioners to do the same. Thank you.
Commissioner Kinsick.
I dissent on that review and what you're saying. And typically you say, when you talk about this, Chair, it sounds weird. We're not really protesting you, but we have to keep up with the standards. There's certain standards. We can't say because this one's underground. We have to start having structure. I think that's one thing 1B has in my second term and now going to be in third term. We need to really start getting an order. Like, what do we do today? Yes, tomorrow, no. And they're changing their hours. We should be fair. We would protest anyone else on the street. So why not would we protest this just because they live under your building and Subway's above it? To me, that just it's hypocrisy. It's going back and forth. So I personally am in agreement with Vice Chair. I do think, and Commissioner Chauvin, I do think that we should have that clause. And I'm sorry, Chair. I'm tired. I apologize. Chair Field's comment that we want to have a protection that if something is after 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, if something starts having bass, And it would be hypocritical of me to sit there and say no after, again, I have nothing wrong with Thirst. I like every place around here. But the point is that we have to be fair. We can't just choose and pick what we want and what we don't want. So I think that we need to try to set a precedent that is a consistent precedent and not just decide today it's blue, tomorrow it's yellow, and I live over there, so it's fine. I just think that that should be a point, and I will be voting in favor of Commissioner Showman's protest and Commissioner Fields, I believe, as well.
Okay, well, that's entirely wrong. I was not hypocritical. I was stating the facts of what the building is. This is also in my SMD, so I'm very well aware of what happens in my SMD. And I was stating that there were no complaints of this. And because it's underground, and we had this come before the commission prior to this term as well, too, and we did not vote to protest. So because I haven't heard any complaints until today, and those are future complaints, I still stand that I will not be voting in favor of a protest here, because I also will try to pursue avenues to get a signed settlement agreement without protesting as well, which is open to everyone on the commission. And because they have reached out to me, I think they are willing to sign something without us going through a protest process. I think I have followed process pretty well. We've also established some of our processes here. So that is where I stand.
Well,
Commissioner, and you have one other comment you can make. Actually, you have 20 seconds.
Before Commissioner Chauvin, I'd like just to comment.
No, if you would like to comment, please raise your hand. You want to follow process, here we are. Commissioner Chauvin, you have 20 seconds. You've already commented twice. You've already commented twice. I have it in my notebook right here. You have 20 seconds.
All right. Just want to say that, I support the Commissioner of Jurisdiction. It's a principle of import that I will stand by and probably a hill I will die on. All right. I just like folks to remember, Commissioner of Jurisdiction. It's an important point. I will defer to the Commissioner of Jurisdiction, Chair Sable on this, Chair Harris, and I will probably vote. I will vote on the issue as I've just deemed. So I appreciate it. Thanks.
Commissioner Lakatos.
Can I make a motion?
Commissioner Kinsick has 20 seconds. You have also spoken twice, Commissioner Kinsick, so you have 20 seconds.
Thank you. If we took all the time you said 20 seconds and 2 times, we'd probably get an extra half hour out of these meetings. I didn't call you a hypocrite. So you take that personally, that sets something of an example right there. What I was saying was you have said you're directly on many calls. I know the wording of protest sounds awful, but it's not. That's how it's handled. And that's my point. It wasn't calling you a hypocrite.
Your time is up. Commissioner Lakatos, you can go ahead and raise a motion.
Sure. I'd like to move that the full ANC protest Thirst Lounge on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed?
Wait, is there discussion? I believe.
Oh, apologies. Sorry. Okay, wait. Discussion. Thank you, Commissioner Fields.
Sorry, just a friendly amendment. I believe you said Thursday, and we're reviewing bunker.
Oh,
so
sorry. We've been talking about that. My apologies. Madam Chair, may I redo the motion?
You can.
I move that we protest bunker on the grounds of peace, order, and quiet.
We have a second.
Second.
Discussion. Are there any discussion points? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion does not pass. That was 2 yays, 4 nays, and 3 abstentions. Sorry, was counting. Okay. Moving on, Commissioner Fields.
All right, up next, we have a discussion about the full Whitlow settlement agreement. The last the ABCA and full commission heard was that there was a third amended copy. We haven't seen signatures, but to my understanding, Commissioner Chauvin has moved forward with signatures. I'm not sure, but I know that our SOPs state that for a document to be fully binding, it has to be reviewed by the full commission and voted on with a simple majority. So just looking for clarity and updates there.
My turn. I will note a few things. One, that there was no protest filed. For some reason, it was a transition period, but there's no protest filed on this issue. And the owner, who is a great neighbor, a great operator, and I wish we could make him times 100. He has agreed outside of the settlement agreement process because there is no protest by this commission. This commission has no standing. So he forwarded a 1.5 pager that this commission approved last meeting. It's all it did was amend the language pertaining to the hours. Simple. 1 hour, I think it was an hour change at the beginning of the day. No, I'm sorry, 7 o'clock startup operating, 8 o'clock alcohol service. So those two, and formerly they were 10 and 11, I think, respectively. So I continue to try to meet with him to get that 1 pager. This commission approved the language during the last meeting. So I just need to get the signature, and he and I are still working on that. So I'll have that shortly for the files.
Okay, so just to confirm, you're saying that the last copy sent to us is the copy that's going to be signed and entered into between us as a commission and them and him as an entity.
That is correct. Yep.
All right, sounds good. So next up we have the Crank Corner, which is one that we voted to protest their medical cannabis license at our last meeting, but we also voted to allow Commissioner Chauvin to have talks and negotiations with the entity, hoping to forego a protest hearing. Unfortunately, in the past 30 days, there were several meetings scheduled, several meetings canceled, and due to Commissioner Chauvin, I understand that he did have a busy schedule. We met with the entity today, who has agreed to enter into a settlement agreement with us that is standard for medical cannabis agencies, and he's already signed the agreement. So I'd like for us to have that reviewed.
Point of order. Sorry, I didn't mean to interject.
Order is out of order. If you would
And
like to make a comment, you can say point of information, or you can raise your hand and I will recognize the question.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have cut in there. I will let you finish your comments or your remarks. Commissioner, sorry.
No worries. So just reviewing the last motion with efforts to have this resolved before the the roll call hearing. I'd love for us to revisit that discussion as the full commission, as the entity has never had any issues, and they've already signed an agreement. Again, several meetings were scheduled and canceled over 30 days, and I don't want this establishment to forego an agreement with us after this tension.
So is there a settlement agreement pending? What is happening?
So there's a settlement agreement with the signature of Mr. Campbell. I've been in talks with Commissioner Chauvin about side business that would not be included in the settlement agreement.
Point of information. There's legal discussion.
Hold on. Let Commissioner Fields finish, and then you can.
There's a negotiation going on. You don't reveal negotiations in a public forum.
You're allowed to reveal, but it's not confidential like mediation.
It is confidential between us and he, and I don't think we should be
not
airing
confidential
it to the
because if
public.
it's a settlement agreement, that is all public.
It's not done yet.
So my initial point here is just that it's been over 30 days. We've had a roll call hearing. The establishment has signed a settlement agreement that's typical for us as a commission. I'd like for the commission to review moving forward with this and entering, as it's been over 30 days. Commissioner Chauvin says that he's waiting on formal language that he wants to develop himself. But again, it's been over 30 days. I'm not sure what more time could possibly provide to help rectify this matter, as it looks like the settlement agreement is intact.
Yeah,
in all
point of order.
Your point of order is out of order. Commissioner Fields, do you, when is the full protest hearing?
Give me 1 second to pull it up.
Actually, I'm sorry, I just pulled it up.
Okay.
Wait, no, hold on, sorry. If you have it up, great. If not, then I just pulled up a rescinded one.
The next scheduled formal meeting with ABCA is September 17th. I believe that's
the status hearing, probably.
status hearing, right? And then the protest hearing is October 9th.
Okay. Okay, let me just make sure. No. Actually, that's wrong because they rescinded the first placard and then they reinstated a new one. So it's actually the
October 23rd.
that's the full protest hearing. Okay. Do you know when the status hearing is?
September 17th, I believe.
Okay, you can double check on that. I think ultimately there's still a little bit of time. However, Commissioner Chauvin, you don't have that much time. So what if there are still issues that you have with the settlement agreement? Strongly urge you to figure them out this month because we do not want to take this to a full protest hearing. So Commissioner Fields, do you think it's possible for us to vote on a settlement agreement at our October meeting?
I believe at our last meeting, we voted on the language. The establishment owner has been clear about in terms of negotiation that he's not willing to change. So I don't know what more time could do. I mean, I don't know if he's going to still want to enter willfully into a settlement agreement with us if we continue to postpone this. That's my honest concern. But yeah.
Okay. What is the issue, Commissioner Chauvin?
Again, I'm the commissioner of jurisdiction. This has been assigned to me. And for the first time, I was able to engage him this week. Just this morning, actually 3 o'clock. This day's eluded me. And so I, as the commissioner of jurisdiction, will continue the negotiation with him. I think that's between he and I and Commissioner Fields at this point. I'd rather not divulge it. I'd rather it be between he, I, and Commissioner Fields. That's how negotiations work.
I'm aware of how negotiations work. I work in business, but I'm saying is that none of that it's not secrecy, but if you feel like it needs to be, sure. Commissioner Fields and Commissioner Chauvin, do you feel like it's possible for us to vote on something next monthly meeting?
I would say yes. We have a roll call in 2 weeks, and our goal is to resolve, I'm sorry, not roll call, mediation. I don't want to go to the mediation, but I'm happy if we have to be there. I just don't want to go there. And I think we have the resolve to cancel the mediation and enter a settlement agreement and then have a full commission vote next month.
Okay. Commissioner Fields,
just providing some clarity that the reason that we met today was because Commissioner Chauvin finally committed. Before that, several meetings had been scheduled and canceled by him. As I said, the establishment owner, I believe, has grown weary and feels a bit disrespected that it's been over a month. He's willing to sign the agreement that we've placed before him, and we have not had any interactions or discussions with him until today. So I'm saying again, I don't believe maybe that we would have the opportunity to vote on this again at our October meeting. I think it's possible that he will withdraw in communication from us if further continued.
then that would be unfortunate, but then we would have to enter into a full protest hearing. That's obviously something we don't want to do, but that is following the procedure of it. If there's anything that the commissioners here can do to help, Commissioner Chauvin, if you need someone to step in at a certain date, I'm sure any of us would be happy to. But we need to we need to get to this quickly. I understand the owner's wariness of it all, I would feel the same. But I also understand, Commissioner Chauvin, you want to make sure that you are advocating for your community's concerns. So I understand both ends, but we're gonna have to, it seems like a settlement agreement is not ready, and it seems like we have enough time until to vote on it at our October meeting. Commissioner Handerhan.
Frank, I believe you're operating in good faith on this one. I am concerned that we're in the exact same spot we were 30 days ago. And I I think it sets a bad precedent to not be willing to share more substantive information here. So I think maybe like moving forward on a process perspective, maybe we can find a process where like if an issue is a situation is not resolved for 2 consecutive meetings, there has to be like some threshold for that, because I think it's potentially problematic to like not act and then not share why you're not acting. You are the commissioner of jurisdiction, but that's not a blanket for a lack of accountability for a process that we are all responsible for. So I will vote to delay, but really concerned about the precedent we're setting here, and not okay with the not like inability to share information with this group. A lot of people here have negotiated with a lot of businesses, and I've never heard anyone say what you just said.
And we don't need to vote on anything this evening, just to clarify. But I thank you for explaining that, Commissioner Handerhan. I think that was well said. So again, if I would expect you both, Commissioner Chauvin and Commissioner Fields, if we're approaching our October meeting and there's still no movement on it, I am fully expecting though to vote on a settlement agreement. So however that looks for this in October. Commissioner Chauvin.
Yes, again, I understand the concern of folks because it's being brought to the table, but there's a little bit of disrespect and collegiality for a process that anybody who's been through this process knows. Sometimes it moves fast, sometimes it moves slowly, and we all have a workload that we can advance every day. And this has been a busy month for me. I can sit here for 25 minutes and tell you all the meetings and all the big issues going on in my SMD that I've been attuning to. So I'm doing my best, and it's unfair to describe something as outside of the process. The process is often driven by the dates of the roll call hearing, which we just had this week, the mediation, which is in 2 weeks, a status hearing, which is about a week before or 10 days before the protest hearing in October. So that's really the driving onus and clock on all negotiations for anybody that's been through this. And we do our best to meet those and get there and be a good neighbor and be a good servant and represent our constituents. So that's what I'm doing, and just wanted to clarify, any thoughts about it being a wrong process that's happening.
I don't think anyone. Yeah. No, I think you're absolutely right. We're on the same page, and thank you for clarifying. We all, as you stated, we all have busy schedules, as I've stated in the past. So all I was saying before, and what I will say again, is that if you need help with this, you have Commissioner Fields to help you, but you also have other commissioners to help as well. So just let us know. We would rather be communicated with than we get to October and there's still no movement.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. What's next? Commissioner Fields, just when your next meeting is.
Yeah, so our next meeting will be on September 18th at 7 p.m. virtually via Zoom. Encouraging, people of the community to tune in and definitely weigh in. Again, I'll just share that I think it's a disservice that we have an establishment that's ready and willing to come to the table and negotiate with us. And I think it's a slap in the face that we haven't moved forward in his good faith and his willingness to be in agreement with us as a commission. So I hope moving forward that some of that changes, and I do hope at the next meeting we'll be in a different position.
I think we will be. And again, if there's something that the commission can help with, we can certainly be there. We also have an attorney. So we can utilize Carrie. But let's leave it at that. Commissioner Chauvin, I noticed your hand,
Yeah,
but we're gonna move on.
I would like to engage the attorney as soon as possible. So I appreciate if that was.
So what I will do is I will get us all on an email and we will proceed forward with that.
Are you going to put all commissioners on this email?
If you all would like to be added, by all means, yes, but I'm adding it's because it's Commissioner Chauvin and Commissioner Fields. I don't have the only access to our attorney. This was just for process and because I'm sure people don't like being added to everything. Our emails are publicly accessible. So if you're very concerned, yes, but if you would like a separate email for Thirst to engage with Carrie, we can do that too. I just want to make sure that we are clear in what we are engaging her with because she's on a retainer.
Understood. And how lawyers work. I did my undergrad in law. So yeah, please CC me on that email. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Chauvin, we're moving on. Okay, next, economic development, Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. The Economic Development Committee met last month. We did not make any motions or take any votes. We used last month's meeting to identify 6 topics as priority topics for us to consider through the end of calendar year 2024. So neighbors interested in these topics should consider attending ANC 1B's Economic Committee meetings. The 6 topics are as follows. First is discussion around how the ANC wants to consider a community benefit or improvement district. This is something we've talked about a couple of times in conjunction with the performance parking zone that we also have talked about recently. Just a refresher for everybody, a community management entity of some sort is envisioned in the legislation to that enables the performance parking zone to manage the revenue from that performance parking zone to benefit the U Street area. We have a couple. The question before the ANC. I mean, there's several. There's more questions we can talk to about this. But one is basically, what do we want it to look like? What do we want its priorities to be? How do we want it to be governed? We will not be the only ones deciding this. These will be recommendations and advice, as is basically everything that the Advisory Neighborhood Commission does. But that's going to be a topic at probably most of the next 4 meetings of the Economic Development Committee. The second priority topic through the end of the year is discussions with the Office of Planning on visions for the ANC 1B area, including the Duke Plan, the Comprehensive Plan, and the Arts Overlay. As you may know, the Comprehensive Plan is up for a rewrite next year. I think the process begins next year. And so that is connected with a lot of the land use questions in our area and in our city. So this is thinking about how to engage with the Office of Planning, what information we need, what information we want them to get, and what priorities we want them to make when considering future land use in our area. The third topic that we identified as a priority is 625 T Street Northwest, previously ANC 1B, moved to support a proposed dog park at that location. The location is currently not used. It's a city-owned property at the corner of T, Florida, and 6th. But the ANC, the Economic Development Committee, is also open to other visions for that site in case the dog park idea doesn't turn out to be feasible. And also looking towards shorter term activations of that site in the meantime before a long-term use is found. The fourth item is continued follow-up on 1617 U Street, the location of currently the location of a police, fire, and EMS and refueling station. Going to be the future home of a police, fire, and EMS and refueling station with other things on top of it, most likely. So just continued discussion on that. The fifth item is continued discussion about the Reeves Center. Frankly, I've been reaching out about once a month for the past 3 or so months, asking the office of the deputy mayor for planning economic development for an update on that. And I haven't gotten anything or a response to my emails. So think I have to make some phone calls tomorrow and figure out why they're not interested in giving us updates on that. But we'll continue with follow-up on the Reeves Center and its redevelopment. And finally, vacant property legislation. There's an effort by members of ANCs from across the city to revise and reform the current laws about vacant and abandoned and blighted property. There's some issues with implementation of the current laws in that some clearly abandoned buildings are not marked as such, and some clearly lived in buildings are also incorrectly marked as abandoned or blighted. So that's one thing, but this is an effort to follow up on legislative changes that members of ANCs from across the city are looking to support. I don't have details on that to share right now. But one member of the ANC 1B Economic Development Committee is part of those efforts as well and has been diligent following up on that. So again, those are the 6 topics that we anticipate covering through the end of the calendar year 2024, which is Community Benefit Improvement District guidance, discussions with the Office of Planning, 625 T Street Northwest, 1617 U Street Northwest, the Reeves Center, and expected forthcoming vacant property legislation. I'm happy to answer any questions about any of those topics.
Commissioner Kinsick.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I appreciate every work and hard work you're doing, Commissioner Jones. I know it isn't easy. I just wanted to be stated on record, if there's a way we can look into the modernization of 1617 and also the Reef Center to not have them, coinciding at the same time for obvious reasons, that would be helpful. Again, I know you're just bringing it up. I'm just saying as a suggestion, or if I could be a part of the discussion, because that is part of Commissioner Fields and my SMD. So it would be helpful if we could bring that up about the Reeves. And thank you again for everything you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point that both of those construction, badly needed construction projects will, during the construction, cause disruption to the neighborhood. So DMPED has not given us timelines for either of those, so I can't speak to that right now, but that's a very good point, and we will definitely ask about timelines for each of those projects.
Commissioner Fields.
Yeah, so this is in regards to the location where the dog park is proposed. I've had quite a few people reach out to me and suggest that the site be used to grow food, and especially providing the location to the entity that grows food in the garden in LaDrake Park. Just giving them more space and utilizing the land to help other people in the area who are food insecure. So just wanted to present that suggestion here as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Fields, would you mind looping those folks in with me in an email, or if those people are around, I'll also put my email in the chat. We're looking to consider any pro-neighborhood use of that site, including a dog park, including other options as well. When the Economic Development Committee voted to support the dog park idea, it was very clear at that time that the sentiment of the committee was, this is a good idea, but it is not the only good idea. So that would be really helpful if the folks involved, the folks who are interested in that, could come and try to work with the committee and see what that would look like.
You will hear that squeaking. I'm just letting you know. No, you don't. Okay, good. My dog is playing with her toy in the background, so I want to make sure that wasn't interrupting anyone. Speaking of dog parks, so I just want to clarify, the commission did not vote just in support of a dog park. We said that it was divided between whether it would be an electric vehicles charging station or a dog park. So you need to clarify that, Commissioner Jones, because I don't want to make neighbors angry who are in support of an electric vehicle charging station versus a dog park, because we actually voted on looking at both use cases for that. The other thing that we need to be aware of is that the commission, I believe 2 terms prior to this one, so before any of us had actually joined the commission, ANC 1B did pass a resolution for 1625 T Street about activating the space and suggesting other things than a dog park. So that also needs to be other than a dog park and electrical vehicle charging station. So that also needs to be taken into account because that is in the hands of DIMPED. So they have that as well too. The other thing to note, Commissioner Lakatos helped organize this along with, and I think you mentioned this, Commissioner Chauvin, a walk with DIMPED about some of the spaces in 1B and in 1E. And that was really helpful. I was able to speak with Patrick Smith from DIMPED about kind of Reef Center. And he said he'd be more than willing to pass along an update. So I'm happy to, and I can CC and add, I can add all of the commissioners. I think that's probably important. It's an important site. But we should receive updates on the Reef Center soon. I believe there is maybe a potential, and I might have PTSD over this, a map amendment on this. But I think, yeah, we can definitely get some of those updates because that is a little bit farther along than the other projects that we're having. So I'm happy to put them in touch. I also was engaged with them about talking about the disposition process and coming to an ANC meeting along with an economic development committee meeting about walking through what that all looks like kind of from start to finish.
Great. I just want to respond to both of the things that Chair Harris said, sort of in reverse order. First off, great. I'd love for the DIMPED folks to get back on that. I think I probably got bounced around within their bureaucracy. So looking forward to shortcut that bureaucracy. Thank you for offering to help with that. The other thing about 625 T Street, Chair Harris, you're correct that when ANC 1B voted on that matter, it voted to endorse the further exploration of 2 ideas. One was an electric vehicle charging station. The other was a dog park. I don't mean to anger the neighbors who were interested in the electric vehicle charging station, but I am going to disappoint them, which is that the entity that was interested in building that decided not to pursue funding for that after all. So unless someone else comes forward with an idea, there's no actor to my awareness that is currently seeking to put an electric vehicle charging station at 625 T Street. That is maybe someone else will at some point, in which case the ANC has pre-supported that idea. But as of right now, the entity that was interested in doing that decided not to pursue that any further.
Thank you for that update. Commissioner Chauvin.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Jones. Would like to ask Commissioner Harris and Commissioner Lakatos, who attended the walkthrough with DIMPED. We were available by the real estate director, who reports directly to the deputy mayor of economic development. So we have made some inroads, and we had two of the well-serving managers available for that tour that you folks all know, Daniel and Patrick. But I would like to know, I'd like to take some additional steps and follow up to that. So I know, Chair Harris, that you noted they were going to follow up on some specific developments, but I think there were some bigger general questions. So I'd like to between you and I and Commissioner Lakatos figure out how to engage the larger questions that we've raised also about arts overlay and Duke plan, et cetera. So I look forward to a conversation with you offline sometime soon. Thank you.
Yeah, and please feel free to coordinate that, and please loop in Commissioner Jones as well from a ZPD perspective. And I guess if there are any other commissioners who would like to join. But yes, thank you for that. Are there any other updates from economic development?
Just the next meeting. The next meeting of ANC 1B's Economic Development Committee will take place on Tuesday, September 17th. Please note that usually we meet on Thursdays. We're moving it to Tuesday the 17th this month. That will be, again, Tuesday the 17th at 6:30 p.m. via Zoom. To attend, please check ANC 1B's website. Thank you.
Public safety and community engagement, Commissioner Fields.
Yeah, so for everybody on the call, I'm just really excited because we have some great activities coming up. If you're not familiar, on this Saturday, September 7th from 10 to 12:30, we'll be at the Anthony Bowen YMCA for U Street Public Safety Summit. So at the summit, we're inviting Commander Baudelaire of the 3rd District Police Station, who's going to speak to safety in the area and some, specific concerns that are related to different happenings in our area. We'll also have Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, who will also speak to what's being done to combat crime with the council and specifically being done in Ward 1. And we'll also have other people of the neighborhood and community who are part of multiple organizations. So this is going to be hosted in conjunction with the U Street Neighborhood Association and the 3rd District Community Advisory Council. So I'm going to put a link to this event in the chat right now so that you guys can sign up. The event is also being sponsored by Tate, so we'll have free pastries from there. The U Street Hostel is also providing meals, and Trader Joe's. So if you're hungry, if you're looking for something to do on Saturday morning, this is a great event for you guys to participate in and go to. So yeah, let me just get the link and put it in the chat right now. We did request initially funding for this event for printed items, but I don't think we're going to need that at this time. So that's good to go.
So we're not voting on the 2 items that you have
We do
below.
have the one additional item for a separate event. I just wanted to make sure that we had the link in the chat for this so people could go and register. So I've got the link there. If Cedric or whoever is helping tonight could resend that out, that'd be great. And then we've done so great at the Anthony Bowen YMCA. They've requested us to come back. So, I mean, they want more free community yoga, and we're really excited to hopefully sponsor a few more before the year's out. So I would like to officially request $80 so that we can facilitate another community for yoga class. And it'd be through our same instructor, Jackie Souza, who teaches community yoga in the area.
Do we have a second? Wait, I'm sorry. Was that a motion?
It was not a motion formally, but I'll make the motion now.
All right, thank you.
I move that we allocate $80 to support community yoga at the Anthony Bowen YMCA for September.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion. No discussion? Why is your hand up, Commissioner Sherman? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys so much. Also today we did get another request for funding from the LaDroit Park Civic Association. They'll be hosting a block party. So they did submit an application to us formally, which was great. They're going to be hosting the event. Let me get it up. Sorry. They're going to be hosting the event on September 22nd from 3 to 6 p.m. on the 400 block of U Street. The full cost of the event is $1,500, and they're requesting $150 from us and will be featured on flyers. I know that that's not something that can be formally instated, but they did say that they will let people know that ANC 1B is supporting their efforts. So at this time, I move that we sponsor the LaDroit Park block party with $150 donation for items such as printed materials and stuff of the sort.
We have a second.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lakatos.
Yeah, I just thank you, Commissioner Fields, for organizing this. I just wanted to double check if the Detroit Park Civic Association was aware of the sort of like the rules about what they can spend the funds on in terms of, you know, they can't spend it on food, they can spend it on like, you know, like tables or like sort of like items like that. I just wanted to make sure you had checked with them on that.
Yes, I believe they know they've been in contact with Commissioner Handerhan, but I'll follow up again tomorrow. Let me dive deeper into exactly what those funds are for.
I know that this is.
I can definitely take that back.
But yeah, if they can tell us exactly, just because we need it for like the exact line item, I realize that that is kind of unusual, but we need that.
And I could say, we don't need it to vote, but just before we issue the check, we do need to know that. That's the only thing. So it doesn't affect my vote. I don't think it will affect our vote, but for procedural purposes, we do have to know that before we give them the check.
And from the application, it looks like it'll be for music and cornhole. So cornhole, I'm sure would fall under like table activities and other stuff that can be used throughout, not just, you know, for the day of. Okay. I made the motion. Yeah. I made the motion. I'm not sure if there's a second.
We got it seconded. We're on discussion.
Okay.
Commissioner Handerhan.
Sure. I just I want to thank Commissioner Fields because this literally came in to me last night. They filled out the form this morning, and it was a good reminder. You know, I thought our civic association was aware of all the rules, and I just need to do a better job, I think, of like sharing how the process works so that Commissioner Fields can get more time to review and make sure it's like legit. But I also think we're all, as we kind of talked about before, like moving really fast as we can. And I'm super impressed with like how many co-sponsorship agreements we have been seeing recently compared to previously. So I would just say it's a great event. I know you all have gotten invites from me in the past and hope you can come this time. I'll send the flyer without our logo on it for now, just so you have it as a save the date. If whatever happens with the vote, you all should come.
Thank you. Commissioner Sycamore.
Hey, Commissioner Fields, would you mind just putting all that information into the chat too for the community? That's all. I'm very excited to support it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion points? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you.
I'm gonna finish putting the rest in the chat once I close out. So I don't want you to think that I forgot about that. So now that we've got that approved, I know that earlier this year I did mention potentially doing scholarships for local students. And so we need to review that with OANC. And so I'm happy to say I've spoken with Denise. And so one of the things that she said we'd be able to do would be provide funds to PTO organizations for all the schools. I was going to bring this up to possibly be included on the budget, but I want to reach out to schools personally and have them fill out the sponsorship application so we can just stick it there. But I do think over the next couple of months and probably at our next meeting, we'll be voting on sponsoring books for local schools in our commission. So just wanted to give that update there. And let you guys know that if you're interested in what's going on with public safety and community engagement, you guys can attend our next meeting on September 10th at 7 p.m. virtually via Zoom. And also don't forget our U Street Public Safety event this weekend, September 7th. Please register and sign up to be there.
Thank you. And thank you for following up with Denise about how we can best do that. My only suggestion would be if we need to create maybe a dedicated sponsorship form just to make sure we get all the information from them up front. I think we should try to do that. So if you need help with that, happy to step in, or if anyone else, we can help coordinate that. But thank you for reaching out. I'm excited about how that develops. Okay, moving on. Transportation, Commissioner Lakatos.
Sure. Thank you. So we met last month. We did not vote on any items. We received a presentation from DDOT on the 11th Street Northwest Protected Bike Lane project, as well as the Vermont Avenue Protected Bike Lane project. For those of you who may recall, this project was initiated several years ago, but it's been delayed due to staff turnover. So now that process is continuing. We didn't vote on it, but we will be considering a resolution commenting on it at our next meeting. So which is currently scheduled for Wednesday, September 11th. But in sort of in consideration of some of the time, I'm going to update that to a little later in the month. I will give that to Commissioner Trindade and Robert for him to distribute in the newsletter. I suspect it would either be Thursday the 19th or Wednesday the 25th. I just have to confirm with my committee members on that. And I don't have any other updates. But if anyone is interested in joining the committee, you can contact me at 1b04@anc.dc.gov. Happy to take any questions commissioners have or members of the committee before we move on, but I know it's late.
Not seeing any. Thank you, Commissioner Lakatos. Okay, administrative. First item is intro to our new consultants. And Commissioner Handrian, if you want to add anything here, and thank you to you for getting Karen and Elsa onboarded and into ANC 1B. But Karen and Elsa, this is your formal introduction. Welcome to ANC 1B. We are all very excited to have you. There is so much work and so much opportunity ahead, and we, one, appreciate you staying on this call this evening. Well, also, this is a preemptive thank you for all of the work that you will be doing for ANC 1B. So if Karen, if you want to go first, a quick introduction kind of about yourself, how long you've lived in DC, what maybe your favorite place in ANC 1B, and then Elsa, if you want to go next with the same questions.
Happy to start and very excited to be on the team. My name is Karen Lee, and I've lived in DC for 21 years now. And so very much think of DC as my home. And my day job puts me in the ANC for supporting schools. So I spend a good chunk of my time in Garnett Patterson and in Cardozo in the high school settings. And so I'm very excited to be continually learning about the neighborhood and the folks in the neighborhood in this role and being helped to support the work.
Thank you, Karen. Elsa?
Hi, everyone. Nice to see many of you again. My name's Elsa. I have been in DC for about 6-7 years now. Love it here. Super excited to work with you guys and see how we can get out into the community and just amplify the work that you guys are already doing. I think that was everything that I was supposed to say, but super excited to get to know you guys one-on-one.
Thank you, Elsa. Really excited to have you both again. And again, thank you for joining us this evening and helping to run this meeting. And, community members, if you have any questions for Karen or Elsa, we're happy to share kind of their contact info. It'll be an ANC related Gmail or our general 1b@anc.dc.gov address, but you will see them on calls, whether those are committee calls or commission calls. But really excited to have you both and on ANC 1B. So thank you. Next item, draft budget. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. As you may know, the fiscal year ends at the end of this month on September 30th. On October 1st, we move into fiscal year 2025, even though that is October 1st, 2024. So every year, the ANC is supposed to pass a budget outlining our spending plans and authorizations for the upcoming fiscal year. This budget is something that we can amend at any time, such as we did de facto today by authorizing individual expenditures like we did for the LaDroit Park Party, the yoga, and other items like that. So this is a plan, and it's a plan that the ANC can change if it chooses to down the line. That being said, good to have a plan. If it's all right with the chair, I will share screen and show the budget and the budget notes that I have proposed and I've sent around to the commission.
Yes, please go ahead and share it.
So you should be able to see my screen in just a moment. Please let me know if you can't. The balance forward is an estimate of the amount of money that the ANC 1B expects to have at its bank account, in its bank account at the end of the fiscal year. The treasurer will change this to the actual amount once we know that actual amount. The district allotment is the amount of money that we're getting in fiscal year 2025. We receive it in 4 tranches of about $6,000, $6,200 a piece in each of the 4 quarters. I've broken down the budget total that I am proposing is just shy of $65,000. It is $64,000. Well, actually, the original budget, Commissioner Trinjadi-Duramo will be introducing an amendment that I've already marked in here. So the budget that I have proposed is $54,900 for the next fiscal year. It's broken down. The single biggest item is personnel at $36,000. The next item is communication. Well, it will be once we discuss this amendment that Commissioner Trinjadi-Duramo will be introducing. But without that amendment, it would be $4,850. With it, it would be $14,850. I'm proposing we allocate $2,000 for office supplies, equipment, and printing, $9,000 for grants, and then $2,600 for purchase of services as needed, and some amount for bank charges. And the security fund is actually no longer a thing starting in fiscal year 2025, so I will also be moving to amend that item. Alongside the budget, which also you can find linked, you can find this budget linked to in the ANC 1B agenda. So you should be able to see that and follow along on your own screens as well. In addition to the budget, I am proposing budget notes. The purpose of the budget notes is to accompany the budget and precisely define each category and line item within the budget and to clarify what precisely the commission is authorizing the treasurer or the executive committee to do on its behalf. The budget notes need to be adopted alongside the budget itself. This is almost word for word the same budget notes as last year with some cleanup. And since commissioners have had time to review this, I'm not going to go through this in detail, but I would be happy to discuss any item here as needed. Again, as noted, for the courtesy of the commission, Commissioner Trinjadi-Duramo had already sent around an amendment he intends to make, so I've done that and track changes here so that we can see that in context. And I will also be moving to amend to eliminate the item for the security fund since we do not need to pay that anymore. Chair Harris, I welcome questions.
Can you go back to the budget notes and then scroll up one item? And then I think I see a hand up. Whoa. Actually, nope. Go up a little bit. I wanted okay, one more. Sorry. I think it's like, okay, yes, a little bit more. Okay, stop. Okay. Commissioners, can we just leave it here for a second? I see 2 hands. So as we leave it here, Commissioner Kinsick, go ahead.
Yeah, this is great. I'm so glad to see our budget going down to 130,000. Should have been done years ago. The question I have is, what was the difference in the amount that they allotted us last year to this year?
I would defer to Commissioner Lakatos and his role as treasurer on this, but I don't recall making a change to that number. Excuse me. I based this off of the previous year's budget. When I referenced the new allocation, which the director of the Office of ANCs sent around, I noticed that number had not changed. So to my awareness, it should be the same amount, but that is my recollection and not like a fact that I know.
I would just jump in to concur with Commissioner Jones. My understanding is it's the same.
Commissioner Sherman.
Yes, two questions. Commissioner Jones, can you forward to me or scroll to the location for the legal fees for ABR? Do they
So
remain this?
that's currently not budgeted for because, to my awareness, we have not paid down. We still have money left in the retainer. I don't know what the amount is. We can add that item. Like that is definitely something we could allocate. But I don't know how. I do not. When I was drafting this, I did not think about how much money is left in that retainer agreement.
All right, so
We do not need to add it. We have plenty of money in the retainer. We have $21,632.58.
and where is that delineated? I haven't seen that.
We don't need to, it's not on the budget because we voted on it in a prior budget, so it was already taken out. This is based on the invoice that we get on a monthly-ish basis.
Okay, and my second question will be with respect to allocating large amount of funds. I know this is a Commissioner Trinidadi Duramo issue, but I'm concerned about allocating a lot of funds to our consultants without the full commission opining and defining what those projects should be, because it's a serious amount. And I'd like a little more left for commission participation on that decision making. So that's just a concern I'm raising. Happy for discussion on it as we proceed there.
I think that's a valid point of discussion. However, we have talked about this. I think I'd be curious to hear from Commissioner Jones or Commissioner Lakatos how this differs from the prior budgets of what we've allocated. So we've already had allocation for an admin consultant that has been on our budget for over a year. Even prior to that, maybe not even having an admin consultant, we had that budgeted out. The addition of an outreach and communications consultant, I believe it's the same item as the prior person who we had as more of an intern. So I don't think there's much of a difference. It's the same responsibilities that we had, probably a level up, because both of the consultants are very well experienced in what they do. So I don't think it warrants a discussion because we've had this discussion already. If you need clarification points, I think any of us would be happy to provide that.
Well, I mean, budgeting is when we have discussions so everybody's on the same plate. I wasn't, or the same table. I haven't been here when that discussion was held, so I'm a little sensitive to, I understand it happened in the past, but I'd like to hear some details. I just, I have interest in two projects and I wasn't able to get an email out to this board. I mean, funding for, I don't know if this would be a consultant issue or this would be a retainer issue, but for studying ability to have a bid, to enact a bid allowance for $20,000. So tell me where I might have that conversation. And secondly, to help, and maybe this is just in the consultant project, but to help review and aggregate a community, a district-wide engagement on reform to the alcohol code that we are under the duress of predominantly and heavily here in our neighborhood. And I want to ensure that we can raise the bar and contribute both ANC commissioner time, resources, but the product and monies of this committee towards that effort. And I don't know how to do that. So both those items, but again, and I'm sorry, I iterate, I wasn't involved with the 10,000, so I'm not sure again how it's going to be spent, and open to hear some more on that. Thank you.
Sure. Those are two entirely different things from what you asked prior. You asked about the cost of our consultants, not about the cost of two things you would like funded to be studied. So
I wasn't asking for the.
I think Commissioner Jones can maybe explain that for clarification on that. But if you're asking two different things here. So do you want clarification on the admin consultant and the outreach consultant? cost, or do you like
Outreach
what-
material, the highlighted piece for $10,000 is my interest in
Okay,
understanding.
that's also different from the outreach consultant and the administrative consultant. But if that's what you want, we can do that. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. So the budget that I had sent around before did not include this line 3.5 outreach and engagement materials. This is something that Commissioner Trindaji Duramo sent around in an email saying that he was going to propose it as an amendment. I included it preemptively in an effort to try to make things smoother. It looks like it didn't make things smoother, so I apologize for that. Here is the budget notes language that describes precisely what this is. I lifted this directly from Commissioner Trindaji Duramo's email. It authorizes goods and services, payments for goods and services related to outreach and engagement projects for the purpose of enhancing public awareness of and participation in the Commission's mission and activities as authorized by the Executive Committee and undertaken by the Commission's consultants. Such projects may include, but are not limited to, the design and production of printed materials for canvassing or mailing and related costs such as postage, as well as digital materials for similar ends, such as images or videos for dissemination on social media and including advertisements. The treasurer has discretion regarding the precise amount spent on each item in this category. My understanding of why Commissioner Trindaji Duramo wanted to include this, and Commissioner Trindaji Duramo can correct me if I'm misrepresenting his thoughts, but my understanding is that it was his perception that item 3.1 did not sufficiently cover, and item 3.2 did not sufficiently cover costs of things that we may task that the consultants to do. And so I know that various neighbors of ours have come to our commission meetings and committee meetings saying, well, I hadn't heard about this. I didn't know this was going on. I didn't know what y'all were up to. My understanding of this amendment and why I will be voting in favor of this amendment to the draft budget and budget notes is that this is an effort to remedy that. And the $10,000 is a maximum amount, not a promise to spend down to the penny.
Thank you. And my other two questions.
Sorry. The other two questions. So my preference, those sound like you are asking the commission to take substantive positions on things that, in my view, the commission has not discussed. And I would not support any amendments to the draft budget right now, describing following that. I'm not opposed to them in the future. It's just that I want us to just pass a clean budget now and then argue about that later if we need to argue about it. And the way that we can do that is we can go through the committees and say, for example, the Economic Development Committee could recommend that the ANC allocate $10,000 to support the study of a bid. And then the ANC could just vote to do that. So the ANC can, at any meeting, authorize expenses that are not already in this budget. The way that I view the budget is I don't want us voting on every photocopy. I don't want us voting on every staple. I don't want us voting on every time that our Squarespace subscription for our website comes up and we need to renew it. So this is and I don't want us voting on every one of our consultants' paychecks. That's not a way to run anything. So this gives the treasurer and our officers specific categories that they can spend and specific amounts up to which they can spend without requiring votes on those specific items. It's a balancing act to determine how much responsibility do we want to give the executive committee and the treasurer on one hand. So, the more responsibility we give them, the more they can act on it. And that means more quickly responsive to things like, oh, we forgot the Squarespace subscription is running out. Probably want that. But Yeah, it is. It's authorizing the treasurer to and the executive committee to make these payments on behalf of the ANC. I will say there's one item that is slightly different, and this is the grants item number 5, which currently has $9,000 allocated to it in this draft. This item reserves up to the listed amount for grants and or sponsorships, but does not authorize the treasurer to make grants or sponsorships at his or her own discretion. So we would need to each sponsorship must be approved by the commission in a majority vote at a properly noticed meeting that has a quorum. So that's the one exception to everything I just said. Is this one is an allocation of how much we want to spend on grants. Again, not a promise, but we're not like we do for various reasons. We need to vote on each grant and sponsorship individually.
I believe that's also required by the OANC. So
That's the various reasons.
Yeah, we cannot. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that review, and I'm satisfied. And I will finagle and figure how we can best discuss the 2 projects I looked at. Because you're right, we haven't had a substantive conversation on those things. However, I do want to iterate the balance that this commission has. It's important to me that the balance of who we are and our duty and the projects we bring to the table versus what we get from committees. And so I'd like to fine tune that balance, which I think the balance is a little off right now. A lot of stuff goes on committees, and if you're not on those committees, you don't bring anything to the table. And that's a problem for me because I come bringing stuff to the table after working on stuff. And I appreciate the venue and the opportunities to do more here as a duly elected. And so I'm interested in having that conversation, which is peripheral to budgeting, but also endemic in how we maneuver this commission. So I thank you for your ear on that. And I will follow up with elucidation. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Kensick.
Thank you. 2 questions. So in 8 months' time, we've spent about 9K of what we voted on last year for 30,000. I'd like to see a breakdown of that 9K in the 8 months, what they were on in the cases or what we used the attorney for. But actually, I'm impressed that at least we only used literally 33% or a little less than. And then the other question for Commissioner I'm sorry, I'm getting really old. Jones, does this include, you had mentioned in an email about us being able to use, or one being able to use a debit card versus like a check per se. I think you had mentioned that. And that's all I have. Thank you. And if please I can get that lawyer information in terms of the cost breakdown. I also would like a copy of that. I don't know if that's the Treasurer Locatos, but if you could please send that to me, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't have the lawyer retainer information. That's just not been something I've kept track of. So there's a separate on the agenda. We also have proposed amendments to our bylaws and to our standard operating procedures. That's where until recently, and Commissioner Locatos might correct me on everything I'm about to say, but until recently, ANCs could really only make payments via checks. This by law, this caused various problems. For example, Squarespace, which hosts our website, does not accept checks. So what we would have to do would be somebody would need to put down their personal credit card or whatever and get charged on that and then get reimbursed by check by the commission. It's clunky. No one likes doing that. It leads to votes that people get confused by because it's saying like, oh, let's reimburse Commissioner Jones $500 for items related to Squarespace. And people ask questions like, oh, wait, why are we giving Commissioner Jones money? Which is a good question. So recently, my understanding is that there have been legislative changes that allow ANCs to do electronic payments and debit cards. Our SOPs and or bylaws, however, were following the old law that did not allow that. And so that only allowed us to do things by check. So we're skipping ahead a little bit, but one of the proposed amendments to, again, either the SOPs or the bylaws allows electronic payments and debit card payments and brings us to the modern age where we can pay for things electronically.
It also, and to be fair, it wasn't our but it wasn't exactly just our bylaws and SOPs. It was also, there's still some confusion and things with OANC using debit cards, so they weren't fully on it. So it wasn't just that, but I think that is something that can be discussed maybe offline if there needs to be further information. I'm trying to get through this because we are at 9:30 and we still have a good portion to cover. So Commissioner Lakatos, we're going to end it at you. If there are any other questions, we can answer them if they are directly related to the budget. If there are process things, happy to answer that offline, through email, whatever's easiest. But Commissioner Lakatos, go ahead.
I was just going to add that I can ask about the breakdown of hours by case for the attorney, but the last information I had about the retainer, so it was in the end of May, which was around $21,877. As Chair Harris noted earlier, we have a lot of money left there. I'll just leave it that I agree, and I'll yield to.
Okay, let's move on.
Madam Chair, I have a motion.
Go ahead.
I assume we want to just do it tidily. I move to amend to include 3.5.
Yes.
And
Second.
Thank you. And the accompanying budget notes.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Wait, actually, Commissioner Jones, can you take your thing off the screen, please? Thank you.
And
Okay.
discussion, I was gonna, thought was next, right?
Yes, let me announce that.
You said all those in favor, so
I did not. I said, Commissioner Jones, can you please take that off the screen?
I'll watch it back. You said
I have a motion.
Oh, watch it back.
Okay.
Okay.
So discussion, thank you. So is
Okay,
there,
hold on. No. Let me, as chair, decide that, but thank you. So we had a motion. It has been seconded. Now discussion. Okay, are there any hands raised for discussion?
yeah, my hand's raised. So the any commissioner right now that's on this call, or they have any questions or concerns with this at all? Just asking in general. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Yeah. So I'm sorry if I missed something in the procedural. I think we're discussing precisely the line item 3.5 that Commissioner Chandraji-Duramo amended. I have no, as I mentioned, I'm in favor of this. We have, every member of this commission has expressed their concern that we are carrying such a high balance and that that's not doing good for the neighborhood. And I think that allocating money specifically for neighborhood outreach is a good use of those funds. I would be surprised if we actually spend the entire $10,000 in fiscal year 2025, but I'm not worried about us going up to that amount.
Mr. Chandraji-Duramo.
Yeah, just to make the note, I think everybody was here, but maybe Commissioner Chauvin wasn't yet, when we voted to, we've amended in a line item in last fiscal year's budget for this purpose when we had Asha Taylor as our outreach consultant or intern. So this is just a continuation of that. There was a concern raised earlier about the value being a little bit high, the $10,000 for like printing flyers. Yeah, that's a lot of flyers, but if we looked into doing a mailing, for example, to all of our constituents, we would blow this entire budget in postage. Or well more than half of it. So I did want to keep the ceiling kind of high. I don't know that we're going to choose to do a mailing. That's obviously a very separate conversation to have later, but I just wanted to make sure there was room for that option.
I think for a mailing, we would actually need to allocate even more budget. So that's actually pretty low for that. But just broken down into 12 months, it's like $800. So if we decided to do something monthly and print something out that we can distribute, like we would hit that. So yes, the 10,000 seems like a lot, but that is spread over 12 months. This is also to say we can still vote on other item or other line items, as Commissioner Jones stated. Are there any other concerns, as Commissioner Kinsick noted, because we didn't apparently discuss this enough before? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed?
That's an aye vote for me. I'm sorry.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Jones, for working on this, and thank you, Commissioner Trindade-Duramo, for your amendment.
Madam Chair, I have a motion.
Commissioner Jones, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move that ANC 1B approve the full draft budget and accompanying budget notes for fiscal year 2025. My understanding is that the previous motion was specifically for line 3.5.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, I'm seeing you. Okay. We should have voted on it all at once, but okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you. Thank you again, Commissioner Jones. Next time, we can vote on this all at once. We don't have to vote on one single, especially if the amendment is presented before, so we can vote on it together. Okay.
Is that next year when Commissioner Jones returns out of the retirement pool?
No, I'm stating for really honestly anything. We don't have to vote on if we're discussing anything in front of us and there is an amendment or something changed before we even discussed it before the commission meeting. We don't need to vote on two separately. We can vote on it together because both are just drafts. So it's not there wasn't a motion in front of us that we needed to amend. Okay. Amendments to bylaws, Commissioner Trindade-Duramo and Commissioner Jones. And actually, let's group both of these, amendments to bylaws and SOPs. Let's discuss them right after another, and then we can vote on both together unless there are major changes.
If I may, I think I gave this a pretty thorough introduction by email. I really don't want to belabor the point. I certainly don't want to spend like 3 more hours on this, which we could easily drag it out to do. Commissioner Jones and I, with feedback from Chair Harris, from Commissioner Fields, from lots of people, put together this package of mostly technical cleanups to the amendment, to the bylaws and SOPs. As you heard a little while ago, for example, right now we are not allowed under our own rules to pay for things by other than check. There's lots of little out-of-date pieces in our governing documents. So Commissioner Jones and I sat down over 2 very long coffee-fueled sessions and just updated as much as we could. It was distributed, of course, 10 days ago as required by the bylaws to all commissioners here. So hopefully we've had time to review it. I have answered some questions by email and text. So hopefully I clarified commissioners' doubts. I think we're happy to share on the screen the track changes version. Again, I don't want to like go through them. We don't have time for that. If there are any specific questions, I think we can open the floor to those. Otherwise, I don't have much more to say other than moving that the proposed bylaws and SOPs be adopted. So at least we can discuss.
Before we go to questions, Commissioner Jones, are you able to pull this up, please? Bylaws first, and then note, I guess, any of the major changes, especially even though commissioners have seen this for the community. It doesn't seem like there were any major changes, but I just want to make sure that the community can, or whoever's still on with us, can see this.
So there's a mix of a lot of the changes are correcting wording and procedure. Sorry, it's keeps on showing this. There we go. So some of them are just procedural changes, say like this is no longer the DC law code must have gotten reorganized, so that changed. We fixed some definitions. We enumerate some officers. We incorporate the code of conduct into the bylaws. We clarify the voting procedure for election of officers. We allow debit card and electronic payments if permitted by law. We require an outgoing officer to provide all relevant records to the incoming officer. We explicitly authorize virtual or hybrid meetings, which our bylaws did not explicitly authorize until, well, currently don't. Again, code of conduct, incorporating that. We better clarify procedures related to committees. But it was not explicitly stated. In our current version, there is no explicit authorization of disbanding of committees, for example, or eliminating them or modify. So that's one thing that we can do. Let's see. This is largely reworded. This is largely reworded. Then this one here is about the amendment of bylaws. Currently, there is a fringe situation by which a minority of members of a commission could amend the bylaws against the wishes of the majority. This fixes that loophole and makes it so that regardless, a majority of all members of the commission is required in addition to a two-thirds majority of those present. That's it for the bylaws. I don't want to go through the SOPs until people have a chance to, if they have any questions about the bylaws first, to discuss that.
Yep. And commissioners, please raise your Zoom hand because I want to keep this on the screen for the question. So Commissioner Chauvin, I see your hand, or I see you put it down. And okay, go ahead.
Just a general question here. There is no chart yet down below. That would have been helpful to help engage. Most of these are administrative, and I appreciate that, or just corrections. But what do you consider, Commissioner Jones, anything substantive besides that bylaw amendment process? Anything substantive of minority, majority, or appointments? And I guess my question is about anything about appointments to committees here.
So appointments to committees are
SOPs.
governed by the standard operating procedures. Yep. So if it's all right with you, we can rediscuss that in a minute. Let's see. This clarifies that sentence. I would say that, let me go through and see which of these I would consider as substantive. One is incorporating the code of conduct into the bylaws. One is like clarifying an election procedure. These ones are, one is authorizing virtual meetings. Code of conduct again here.
I think what you're getting at though, Commissioner Jones, was there was no huge substantial change. Is that correct?
I would agree.
Okay. And I don't think we need to revisit and go through all of it again. I think the first round was good.
Great.
Frank, Commissioner Chauvin, did you have any other questions?
I'm good for now, but I appreciate the consideration there, Commissioner. Thank you.
Commissioner Kinsick.
I just want, I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just asking Commissioner Trindade Durama for the timer. Go ahead.
Okay. It won't be 2 minutes. Can we go through the two code of conduct changes, please, and how they're going to be changed from what they were to what they are now?
Yeah. So currently, in the current version of the bylaws, there is no mention of the code of conduct. In a letter that the Office of the Attorney General wrote to you at the end of 2022 or the beginning of 2023, that was cited as an issue with our bylaws. The purpose of this is to incorporate the code of conduct into the bylaws as recommended as a remedy by the Office of the Attorney General. So this one here just says commission members agree to follow the code of conduct as adopted by the commission and to uphold their oath of office. The further one down here Commission members must abide by the code of conduct in comporting themselves during meetings. And then this is a pet peeve that I've seen none of us do, and I'm grateful for it, but something that I've seen commissioners and other commissions do, which is commission members actively driving vehicles may not participate in meetings due to public safety issues. A commission member who is in a vehicle may be asked to demonstrate that the vehicle is safely parked and or that they are not in the driver's seat in order to be permitted to participate in a meeting. Again, I've not seen any of us do that, but I have seen it, and it frankly terrified me when I saw it on other commission meetings.
Well, I'm glad to know that I was the guinea pig for this, and that's great, because it did actually change a lot. I'm glad the Office of Attorney General made some very strong points, because how that whole process was conducted was terrible and out of line, but I appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm in favor. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones, I have a question here, particularly related to this section 5 for the Code of Conduct. I think what's important here, and maybe something to add, and I'm happy to raise this as an amendment, is commission members must abide by the Code of Conduct in comporting themselves during meetings, but also via any government resourced items such as emails, because I think that's important. You know, I think taxpayer dollars do pay, even though they don't pay us, they pay our government resources. And I think, you know, the Code of Conduct should also extend to that.
If I can, I think it's covered maybe a bit broadly, but by the other mention at the top where the Code of Conduct is incorporated into the bylaws.
Let's just make sure. I would say I think specificity is probably needed, and you know, we can clarify with OANC and OAG about this, and we can even talk to BEGA as well. But any government resourced item, I think commission members need to follow the Code of Conduct. And so that's why I'm suggesting email as well, since a lot of our business is conducted via email.
I mean, my only thought on that is that I'm open to that. For a further modification to this, I would like us to use Robert's rules and like propose amendments to these draft amendments.
I just, that was more of a question and ensuring that that wasn't somewhere else that I may have missed.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to propose that, or actually I would need someone else to propose that since I am the chair.
Madam Chair, I have a motion.
Do you go ahead?
Commissioner Jones, can you scroll down to?
Yes, 1 moment.
I move to amend by inserting after and comporting themselves during meetings, and are you able to type? Yeah, you can do this live, right?
Yeah.
And in official communications.
1 moment.
I think that'll do it.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor?
Discussion.
Okay. Commissioner Sycamore. Oh, okay. Commissioner Kinsick.
Yeah, I don't think the adding that part in, I think that's obviously we all know what it's about, and I think it's kind of corny. So I appeal that. I just think it's silly and it's a stupid add-on. And again, I know it's going to be voted on. I'm glad changes are coming in a couple months, so we'll be able to correct some of this stuff. But I just think it's silly, really silly. It's almost like childish.
I personally don't think it's silly, because I think it's important that we conduct ourselves in the way our Code of Conduct suggests that we do so via all government resource items, including Zoom meetings, hybrid meetings, and our emails.
The emails that you never respond to. Okay, that makes sense. I get it. Okay, sure.
Madam Chair, I have a motion, actually.
Go ahead, Commissioner. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you want me to withdraw, or I would just like to amend my amendment. Actually, there was a helpful suggestion from Karen Gall in the chat. Thank you very much. About representational duties. So I'm happy to add. I can't see
believe where is the chat? I just
Oh,
want
sorry, I
to.
already answered it live. It's
Q&A.
a Q.
So we're not amending the code of conduct, we're amending the bylaws. So if this is for the code of conduct, we'll also
No, I just would
say,
add after.
the code of conduct goes for representation in the meetings in the community. Two, I think that's not something that we can add into our bylaws or our code of conduct. That's kind of up to the community. We can't enforce anything on that.
I don't
If it's
mind adding and in representational duties after official communications, unless we think it's.
I guess I'm a little, it's the code of conduct goes for representation. We're not amending the code of conduct right now. This is the
Right.
bylaws though. So I don't think your motion is relevant to the discussion. You can raise it.
I think she was
but-
looking for it to say and in official communications and in representational duties. Here in line where we're amending now.
Okay, if that's then, yeah,
Which I'm
then I
happy
think,
to.
sorry, I was a little confused by the comment, but thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, I think that we can add it, but that's something that we probably have to double check with OANC and OAG about, because it would have to be a government resourced meeting, like the government would have to pay for that. I know there have been cases where outside of ANC meetings, commissioners have noted that they are commissioners, but it's because it's outside of ANC time, it does not apply. Does that make sense? I think this is a very valuable point. I just don't know if it be upheld. My point was because our emails are government owned and operated, that we should also carry through that code of conduct there.
Sure. Okay,
And-
let's leave it then for now.
It was in the OAG letter, I believe. It said something along the lines that we can't get out of our jurisdiction. And, that was part of what the OAG wrote that Commissioner Jones had brought up earlier regarding the letter to me. So that would make sense why we wouldn't be able to add that.
Okay, I'm fine leaving this alone for now. We can revisit. I think it's a good suggestion. Thank you, Karen.
Yeah.
But it might be a little bit outside our enforceability.
Okay, any other discussion on this amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yays, 2 nays, and 1 abstention.
Can I ask a roll call for that, please?
Okay. Yes, please raise your hand. Commissioner Handerhan. Yay. Commissioner Chauvin.
Abstain.
Commissioner Sycamore.
Nay.
Commissioner Lakatos.
Yes.
Commissioner Kensick.
This will be a shocker, but I don't know, say nay.
Commissioner Trindade Duramo.
Yay.
Commissioner Fields.
Yay.
Commissioner Harris. Yay. Commissioner Jones.
Yay.
Okay. 6 yays, 2 nays, 1 abstention. Motion passes. Okay, moving on. Thank you, Commissioner Trindade Drama. Commissioner Sycamore.
Hi, thank you. I would like to discuss Article 7, committees. I would like to possibly discuss, and I can bring this up as an amendment, but that commissioners and members of the public who are chairing a committee already are limited to only chairing one committee. For this reason, this has happened now in this commission. It's clearly shown that it's not a benefit to the public, nor is it a benefit towards anybody else, really, to have more than one commissioner or more than one member of the public chairing more than one committee. So I'd like to move that as eventually here, if this is the time to do so, to amend.
Point of order, is that like a motion? Or are you saying you want to make?
Sorry, Commissioner Lakatos, your point of order is out of order. Are you asking for a point of information?
Point of information, was that a motion?
A motion to make an amendment, yes.
Okay, can you restate the language? Point of information, could you restate the exact language that you're saying?
Yes. I move that ANC 1B adopt the amendment that limits commissioners or members of the committees elected as chair to only be permitted to chair one committee at a time, unless under extenuating circumstances, including not a sufficient number of total commissioners or candidates and not enough candidates to fill the chair position, or other circumstances beyond the control of this body.
Would you please put that in the chat just so that I can, well, if it's seconded, will you put that in the chat and I'll like add it into a place?
Can you hold on? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, can you please post it in the chat?
I certainly will try. I'm on a thing. So actually, if we could move that on. Hold on. Let me do that in a second.
Can we have general discussion while he's writing?
Sure. Does that work, Commissioner Jones? Because I know you want the motion in there. So okay. Commissioner Chauvin, go ahead.
Yes, I appreciate the merit of what's being said. There's too much work to do to have, not that folks haven't done a good job. I'm not opining on anybody's conduct. There's too much work to do. And there's also, though, not mentioned at all. And I wasn't on the commission at the point that this happened. However, the bylaws had allowed, and I hope it doesn't change, for the appointment of non-commissioners. Okay, we have a lot of strong leadership in this corridor that can chair committees with lots of experience. And we omitted to do that. And I want to make sure we can highlight that ability and bring it to the surface in a way that was not reviewed or just not raised earlier, because I think it's an important initiative to conduct all the important work, which is, it's so deep and necessary in this corridor. And so I just want to know how to do that, and maybe part of this here explicitly add. I haven't figured that one out, and I'll drop off for a moment. And I'm happy to hear from the folks that are a little wittier to help me get that enacted in further discussion. So thank you.
I can clarify on that if necessary.
Go ahead, Commissioner Trindade Drama.
Just to note that that's specifically allowed in the SOPs. Excuse me, and we definitely didn't change that because we also want to see strong leadership emerge from non-commissioners who are active on the committees.
Thank you for clarifying.
And just as a response to Commissioner Chauvin, that's why I put in here to limit commissioners or members of the committees elected as chair.
Okay,
to take that into account.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. I'm trying to look for the chat to see where thank you.
No problem.
So so to reiterate what Commissioner Trindade Duramo said, Commissioner Chauvin, you're correct that we want to stay open to community members as chairs. That's in the SOPs. That stays in the SOPs. Even if it weren't in the SOPs, there has been legal advice from the Office of Attorney General that even if we wanted to limit those positions to only commission members, that would be illegal. So that's not changing. That's going to stay that way. Second, I understand Commissioner Sycamore's thought on this, but it seems like he has concerns with specific committee chairs that he's looking to fix with basically constitutional changes. Our current procedure allows a commission chair to be removed from office at any time for any cause or without cause at any properly noticed meeting of the ANC. So I'd like to know why, if this has caused so many problems, as Commissioner Sycamore has alleged, why he hasn't done so. It seems like this is a situation that can be remedied by normal political procedures and doesn't require basically a constitutional amendment.
So you're asking me why I'm bringing this up now and why I haven't gone through it, because it's very clear that I would not have the vote. So why would I bother?
And not to jump in, but I would say that also, if you think about what Commissioner Harris just put with the email, so I don't think I think it's people taking it personal. I don't think that's what Commissioner Sycamore's intent is, and I think we should be able to have multiple people, not dependent on one or two commissioners to lead these discussions, or even people outside as well. That's important. Yeah.
I mean, if you just look at the committees, it's literally three people in charge of 5 committees.
I can't refer in time if I don't know who's been recognized to speak.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Shindade Drama. Your point of order is recognized. If you have something to say, please raise your hand. And I will recognize you if you haven't already spoken twice, and then we will kind of filter from there. Commissioner Fields.
To be fair, I was still on my time. I still had my time.
Commissioner Sycamore, I will get back to you if you raise your hand, but it's Commissioner Fields.
Oy. All right.
Yeah, so I just wanted to follow up with you, Commissioner Sycamore. I believe you said something to the extent of that this was a disservice to the public, as you could already see. So I wanted you to maybe expand on those points and talk a little bit about, how people have not been served in your eyes.
Well, of course, when you have a commissioner who's serving on 2 different committees, and then another commissioner who's serving on 2 different committees, and then one commissioner who's on another, that literally consolidates all of the power into 3 commissioners. And then you're also blocking out other commissioners from trying to make sure that they do their part and their role. And you're also taking your time and splitting yourself between not only your commissioner duties, but then splitting your time between chairing 2 different committees. That doesn't serve anybody. That serves nobody any good. I've gotten multiple emails about chairs of these commissions being unresponsive or saying that they're too busy or whatever that's going on. And I just don't believe that is fair. And if we don't have the people power within this commission, then we need to bring someone on from the community to chair these events. It's not fair to condense power within just a select few of this commission. I think that it's a power grab, and I don't think that it's fair to the community at large.
Yeah, and just had one comment to follow up on that point. I know that in my specific instance, there was not a sufficient, not a sufficient number of commissioners, but not a sufficient number of people applying to be chair of the specific committee.
Commissioner Field, do you know that's a lie?
Commissioner Sycamore, please allow.
Excuse me, this is my time. She addressed me directly, and I am.
Fields was still speaking.
I'm still
Commissioner
speaking.
Fields is still speaking. Go ahead,
Okay,
Commissioner.
then go ahead.
Yeah. So I would love to notice what you're referencing. I mean specifically for the ABCA committee. It was myself, Commissioner Chauvin. Commissioner was not a commissioner at that time, and he recused himself from that position. So not to get into specifics, but I do agree with Commissioner Jones that this is already within our SOPs to remove people who are not properly serving. And I do think, it's of concern to me that if you have received complaints, that they haven't been brought forward until tonight. And I would urge you to, direct those people to us as chair or to you to reach out to one of us so that we could be doing our job better. But yeah.
Commissioner Fields, please don't piss on my leg and tell me that it's raining. You emailed me specifically to support you for 2 different chairmanships. I told you I would support you for one, and I asked you to support me for another one. You knew about this long before. Don't tell me that there wasn't anything, because both of us ran for the Public Safety Committee. You decided to run for
Madam Chair,
Okay.
point of order. Who has the floor to speak right now?
Well, I kind of gave it to Commissioner Sycamore since he was complaining, but this
Really,
is
Chair? Come on. Now you're
mean-
passing judgment on my comments. Come on. This is what I'm
You-
talking about.
Commissioner Sycamore, you are now rehashing something that is more
She asked me for an
it's a
example, and
month-
I'm giving you exactly
2
what that
months ago.
example
No, that was
is.
an
Is that
example.
not?
That was an interpersonal example of how this commission does work with voting. So the power has not been consolidated. Committees do
It
serve
absolutely
at the
has.
committees, right? The committees serve at the
Oh
commission's
my gosh.
recommendation and provide support, but you ultimately have a vote. Excuse me, please let me finish, because for
I
some
haven't said
reason,
anything.
like you are confused at how the commission holds
Oh, I'm not confused.
power. You each have individual votes at the commission, as where committee members do not. The commission chairs do not even vote during their committees. Now, if you have a problem or community members have problems with the committee chairs, then why haven't you surfaced that? Why haven't you surfaced that to the committee chairs to then fix the issue?
I believe we have. We've talked about that. Mr. Kensick has brought this up.
Based on the chat that is coming through, Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Fields have not received those complaints from community members.
And what about these false promises of, oh, it's only a temporary position, yada, yada, yada. This is
Well,
bull.
we haven't had a motion to, there has been no motion.
Why
to
would I bring
remove-
up a motion if it's going to be shot down because it's going to be 2 of
Well,
us against
there's
all
a
of you?
simple thing called whipping
Point of
the vote.
information, who has the floor right now, just for timing purposes?
I have the floor. I have the floor.
All right, well, Commissioner Trindade-Ramo, will you put
Commissioner
on the timer?
Trindade-Ramo, if you can put the timer up, I'm happy to abide by that.
It's helpful if you say that you recognize yourself, and I'll start timing.
I recognize myself. Thank you. There have been, if you want to surface the complaints, then surface the complaints. If you were talking about votes, you have access to all of us commissioners here to talk about your thoughts, to talk about your opinions. You voice your opinions. Everybody has the right to voice their opinions and things and how they represent their SMD on the commission call. You can't get upset if people don't vote your way.
I'm not
Okay.
upset.
Okay.
What you told me to bring things up. This is the time to do it, is it not?
Okay, then
This
bring
is
up
the
the
time I'm
complaints.
bringing.
What are
I
the
brought up my
complaints?
Point of order. Who has the floor?
Both
I just brought
still
up my
have the
amendment.
floor. Commissioner Fields and Commissioner Jones have asked you for those specific complaints.
And I don't have them in front of me right now, but I do know plenty of people, including their
Okay,
own
that
constituents,
is
who have
what they
complained
are
about it.
Then that is what they are asking for. Okay.
Okay, well, I don't
done.
have that
I am
information
done.
right now.
Commissioner Chauvin, you are recognized. Commissioner
Jesus.
Trindade-Ramo, can you please set the timer?
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion here, which is exactly just a discussion. So, we don't always have time to have discussion. So it's a respectable, collegial discussion on a matter of import. I understand, and I actually hold Commissioner Jones's perspective about, changing the Bible, the Constitution, that, however, this is the point to air questions that might improve our processes. So I'll just iterate my point. If I had been here 5 months ago, I would have pushed for adding some constituent leadership so that the full survey of duty, which is quite heavy. And if you don't think it's quite heavy, come visit my neighborhood where I have 10 things going on in a way that is a little much for. That's why people go through my position so much. It's not all residential looking at a park. And so therefore the import of every single person that chairs, a single person that chairs, is important to the agenda of U Street, the agenda of my SMD, and I will opine on that as we proceed in the new term. Consuming understanding I'll be back, and I appreciate being able to discuss this tonight. Thank you all.
Commissioner Handerhan.
I agree that it's a legitimate topic to raise in the conversation around the bylaws and the SOPs, and this isn't the type of thing we get to talk about as much as I think would be good if we could. So trying to not make it about how the process happened this year, but I do think that there are 6 commissioners with leadership opportunities. We're a really young commission, and I think leadership is earned, not automatically delegated. And so the idea that power is consolidated is not really true. 2/3 of the commission has leadership roles. And I would much rather there be more people who are chairing commissions than having the doubling up. So I think the point is very legitimate, but I don't think it's appropriate to, as someone who ran that process and saw, some of the challenges, and we had votes, and it's not perfect. It's going to be different every year. And I don't think we should put more restrictions on future versions of ourselves. I think we should let people use the judgment around who they think would be the best leader. And if the commission votes for the same person to be the best leader on 2 different commissions, I think we have to trust that they think it's going to work. And then we can have conversations around, if responsiveness is an issue, that's a conversation we can have separately. But I think it might be important to bifurcate. That said, I think it's a legitimate conversation, and I'm glad we're having it, even if it's at 10:15 at night.
Commissioner Kinsick, just so you are aware, this is your second time speaking.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Just so you are aware, this is your second time. 2 minutes.
Second time? Oh, okay. Thank you. 2 times. Okay, got it. So I think it's kind of funny how everyone's pouncing on Commissioner Sycamore. Literally, give me an example. I love for you guys to give me tons of examples, but realistically, we're not going to sit here and waste time. We're doing that. So to his point, I don't think Jones or Fields has done anything wrong, and I don't think they did a bad job. I just think in general, whether it's a constituent or if it's a person of interest in the party, the wealth should be shared in general. It's only going to behoove the community itself. It's going to make the community better. I think that having other ideas, opinions, to have 3 of 5 commissions ran by 1/3 of the commission, I do think that there lies a concern, and it's not saying that I'm looking to be a chair or anything. I'm just saying in general that's where Commissioner Chauvin's point comes in about having committee members do it. I just think that, and if we need to, you know what, I have no problem getting some signatures together, getting thousands of signatures together, because I know there's plenty of people that feel the same way outside of this body right here. Thank you, Commissioner Sycamore, for your point. Well taken and understood. Sorry that this commission is pouncing on you. I've been on that side. It's not nice. And Commissioner Chavone, I also appreciate your comments as well, and you as well, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner, okay, y'all, either you still have your hands up, Commissioner Handerhan and Commissioner Kinsick. Do you have another point, Commissioner Handerhan? Commissioner Trindade Drama.
I wanted to just mention that I wanted to thank Commissioner Sycamore for the amendment. He and I talked about it earlier today. I think his point about consolidation of power is interesting and important to think about. But I think I want to associate myself with what Commissioner Handerhan said. I think it's just a matter of resources, and we have 5 committee chair slots and 4 executive officer slots, which together is all 9 commissioners. So if we're in a situation where one commissioner can't take on additional duties, this kind of amendment to the bylaws would prevent us from accommodating them, right? We would essentially be mandating that every commissioner has to either chair a committee or serve an executive officer capacity, and that's just not always going to be possible given everyone's personal constraints. So, yes, I would love to encourage more leadership, both by commissioners and community members. I think that's a very strong goal for the next term. But I don't want to write it in so inflexibly and not allow the commission to make its own decisions on a political basis.
Commissioner Sycamore, you have 20 seconds. You've already spoken 3 times.
Well, it's my amendment, but no, to be clear, to be clear, to explain my amendment, this is not to prevent from executive leadership to also chair. It is only for chairs of committees to not double up on the committees. You can be on the executive and also be on a committee. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying just chairing 2 different committees at the same time, which maybe is not clear, but we can maybe adjust the language.
Commissioner Lakatos.
I'd like to move to call the question. Commissioner Sycamore made a motion. There was a second. It's 10:19 p.m.
Second.
All those in favor?
I have a question. I'm sorry. We're still in discussion, right?
No, we have you raised discussion on, but hold on. Let me explain, because I don't think you're aware. There was a new motion raised to call a vote to the motion of the amendment from Commissioner Sycamore.
I'm aware of that.
Okay, hold on then. Now we are discussing this motion to call it to a vote. That is what we are discussing.
And I have something to say before we do this vote.
Okay, then go ahead.
Am I missing something here? Like, is something going on that's just not right? I mean, listen, I believe if you listen to the end of Commissioner Sycamore's point, he states in it that under certain circumstances, we won't be able to do it. I mean, it's a clause. I mean, I don't understand this. It's really crazy. And geez Louise,
Okay, that wasn't discussing this. All those in favor? This is for the motion to move to raise a vote for your amendment, Commissioner Sycamore. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, we are now raising a vote. All those in favor for Commissioner Sycamore's amendment? Yeas, 2. Nays? Abstentions? Motion passes. Or motion does not, your amendment does not pass.
you did say too, Commissioner Sycamore.
This is how voting works, y'all. This is, I don't know how to explain it further. Commissioner Jones, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move that we call the question on the full package of proposed amendments to the bylaws.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Abstention? Motion passes. Okay. Do we have a motion for the bylaws? Are we also voting on the SOPs?
I'd like to motion that we postpone it till next month.
The SOPs or the bylaws?
The SOPs. I thought we just voted on the bylaws.
Yeah, Madam Chair, point of parliamentary.
No, we were voting on the amendment, and then you vote. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry, Commissioner Jones.
My understanding of our vote was that we voted to close discussion on the proposed amendments to the bylaws, but my understanding of where we are in process right now is that we now need to vote the amendments, the package of amendments up or down. Is my understanding correct?
We voted down the amendment from Commissioner Sycamore. We voted up the amendment that I had, or that Commissioner Trindade proposed from myself. Trindade Durama proposed from myself. We now just need to vote on the bylaws themselves with the voted on, the full package with the voted on amendments. We closed the discussion. There's also still the SOPs that we have not discussed. So we don't even have to, we can quickly say, we'll discuss this at the next meeting, but there's no motion required for us for that. But I will say we should, what we have in front of us, if we feel ready, we should vote on the bylaws. So if we have a motion for that with the amendment that passed, someone please make that motion.
Madam Chair, I move that that ANC 1B adopt the full package of bylaws amendments, including the additional amendments that we voted on earlier this evening.
Okay. Do we have a
Second.
second? Discussion.
Yeah, I asked that we postpone, so I would say I'd move to push this decision for the scope SOPs for the October meeting. And I do appreciate what Commissioner Chauvin has stated. That's
Sorry, Commissioner Kensick, I'm sorry to interrupt, but are you talking about the SOPs or the bylaws? We are talking about the bylaws right now. We haven't talked about the SOPs.
bylaws.
And just to clarify, I'm talking about SOPs. I will motion to move
Don't need a
the-
motion for that. We don't even need a motion for that, so
Right,
you
right.
don't need to raise that. Okay, do we have a second to move to the bylaw discussion for next month? Motion fails. Okay, any other discussion points? Okay, all those in favor, we will do a roll call. So peace. Okay. Commissioner Handerhan.
Aye.
Commissioner Chauvin.
Aye.
Commissioner Sycamore.
Nay.
Commissioner Lakatos.
Aye.
Commissioner Kensick.
Nay.
Commissioner Trindade Duramo.
Aye.
Commissioner Fields.
Aye.
Commissioner Harris. Yay. Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes, bylaws pass with 7 yays, 7 ayes, and 2 nays, no abstentions. Thank you. Big thank you to Commissioner Jones, Commissioner Trindade Duramo, Commissioner Handerhan. I know you had a hand in this. Thank you to you all for working on this. I think it's a much needed and great improvement from where we were before. Make sure to note too in the bylaws that when the changes were made, it's I think right above former Commissioner Rob Hudson. So make sure you make those notes with I think all of your names attached. That way too, if someone needs questions, they could potentially reach out to you. The other thing is I will need these packaged up and I will need to I just want to send it over to OANC and likely Joshua Turner at OAG to make sure that they are clear and good to go. Okay, let's speak in a few yeah, we're gonna get to that, Commissioner Fields, in community announcements. I see that let's just like keep moving. I think that is important for Lieutenant Hawkins to discuss, but let's just keep in the order on a shooting that occurred. Okay. Moving on, we will be discussing SOPs next month. No motion required. And thank you to Commissioner Trindade Duramo and Commissioner Jones for working on this. Commissioners, if you have questions, please email them. I wonder too if there's a way for us to surface the SOPs as a draft to the community since we have a little bit more time here, if that's possible. But let's keep going unless there are any further questions. I'm seeing a couple in the Q&A. I see one. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Trindade Duramo. When will the community receive updates? Ms. Karen Gall, can you clarify, are you talking about the SOPs and the bylaws of the updates, or can you just specify what you're talking about for the updates, so then we can get those to you. Okay. All right, moving on, Executive Council Member, Commissioner, Community Announcements. Office of the Council Member, Nicole. Yourself, yes, thank you. Thank you for staying on.
No problem. Happy to be here. I'll try to keep it quick. So first update from our office, we unfortunately continue to see that OUC, for anyone who doesn't know, the Office of Unified Communications, that's the agency of the district government that manages 911 and 311. They continue to be unprepared to handle emergency calls appropriately. We've had several recent very troubling incidents that have really demonstrated this. And the council member feels it's time to make some pretty drastic changes. She's calling for the following: an independent review of OUC as called for by more than 100 ANC commissioners as well. We also have legislation that would separate fire and EMS calls from police calls and have them managed by a call center staffed by fire and EMS personnel that have the medical training and can get people the services they need more quickly and accurately. So we're hoping that that bill receives a hearing soon. Increased salaries and more and better training for call takers, and a public roundtable held by the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety to call key city officials to testify to answer to why things have gone so wrong, how bad things really are. Please share the data, and most importantly, what is their plan to fix it. The council member will also be asking about the tech outages when the Public Works and Operations Committee holds a confirmation hearing for the nominee for the Office of the Chief Technology Officer on September 19th. And, we'll really address what steps OCTO is taking to immediately reduce the frequency and length of outages and ask about their long-term plan. Next up, smart food waste bins, hard left turn in topics here. DPW is placing 3 to 4 smart bins in the ward for 24/7 food waste drop off. The locations are expected to be in high density areas with lots of pedestrian traffic and multifamily properties. You'll recall multifamily properties are not currently eligible for the home compost pickup pilot program, so to increase participation in composting. The bins will be lockable for rodent prevention and can be unlocked via a smartphone or a keypad, and they'll have sensors to report when they're full and need to be emptied. We're really excited to give people more ways to compost. The council member is a really big proponent of waste diversion and helping keep more waste out of the waste stream, so we're really proud to have worked with DPW on this. And then the thrones. So the Columbia Heights Plaza throne launched on June 4th, playing a really critical role in providing a bathroom for the neighborhood. It has the highest rate of repeat visitors and the highest number of phoneless entries, representing 57% of all tap card uses. The tap cards are access to the bathrooms that people receive from social service agencies for access for folks that may not have a smartphone. We're all better off when people have access to bathrooms. So we'll be sharing more data about all of the thrones in the coming weeks. And our next Brianna on Your Block community office hours will be in September in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. Everyone is welcome, no matter what ANC we are in that month. And our shadow representative, Oye Owalewa, will be joining us. So we are finalizing the location. It'll be in late September, so check our website for more info. At our BOYBs, folks can come out and speak one-on-one with the council member about any topic they'd like. So please come out if you have any issues you'd like to raise, and I will stop there and take any questions.
Commissioner Kinsick.
Yeah, I might have missed this. Who's operating and keeping these portable or permanent bathrooms on the regular?
Yeah, so it's a contract with a company called Throne. So they maintain them, they collect the data on usage, and they clean them, and they do all of that. So it's DPW manages the contract, but Throne Bathrooms maintains the actual facility.
Thank you.
Commissioner Shevin.
Yes, good evening, Nicole. Thank you for taking a walk with Westminster, or on behalf of Westminster, and the sergeant the other night. Thank you. I see you like kava, and I spoke to the manager that you ordered from there. So thank you for supporting our businesses
Did a
and my
nice long
staple that
path.
I eat 3 nights a week. You're so helpful with all your quick 311 calls with the mess we have going on. I appreciate it. It's a little overwhelming sometimes. I have a question with respect to the vending law. You might have heard a complaint from the Kava manager. The vendors, I don't want to call it illegal vendors, but I'd like to say that they are unauthorized and let's see, unauthorized, unregistered, and selling stolen products right outside the door. It's not good for his customers. I think he might have chatted with you on that. I'd really appreciate the council member considering some revisement, because often, we go fast in legislation, we make it, and we don't come back and look at it and some of its effects. And I'd ask whatever you can do to bring, to convey to the council member that some reform is necessary. We're being overwhelmed. We have a lot of problems. There's 250 arrests around 7th and T since September 1st. All right. So that's just a point of fact regarding the deep problem we have with illicit sales. 2 people, 1 person being murdered that Lieutenant Hawkins will be speaking about. But we can't have additional unlicensed vendors selling stolen products, additional unlicensed vendors around this epicenter of out of control, unlawful, violent behavior. It just is not conducive to turning the situation around. So I'd ask again, I'd love to follow up with you to get the council members' ear on some refinement and allowances for better oversight, so that I don't have to call and put one complaint into a log over to DC, over the P at DCPL. Is that who takes those complaints regarding vendors?
It's DLCP, yeah.
DLCP, thank you. But it's rough, so I appreciate. I would love following up with you on that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to connect you with our staffer, our legislative staffer that works on that, to raise some of your concerns, and have like a more in-depth conversation about what exactly you're seeing in your neighborhood. DLCP is the one now who would enforce any unlicensed vendors. So we do still have a mechanism for dealing with unlicensed vendors. It's just no longer MPD. So happy to have a further conversation about that.
Are there any other questions? Great. Thank you so much, Nicole, for sticking around late. Office of the Mayor, Anthony, are you still with us? You are. Thank you.
Yes, I am. Thank you. How y'all doing? I have a few things. One, it is 202 Creates Month. So want to, encourage everybody to go out and participate in all the festivities that the city has to offer and support all the arts and crafts. And this weekend at DC Bike 2024. It's starting at 12th and Constitution at 6 a.m. And it's a 20-mile ride, and they're ending at 300 Pennsylvania Avenue. So anybody want to get your exercise in this weekend, it's a good time to do it. And last but not least, trash. When I wanted to make an announcement that whenever there is supposed to be trash cleaning or street sweeping on the streets and it does not happen, if anybody can just please, after the time allotted, I think it's like from 9 to 11 or something like that. If it doesn't happen, please, I'll put my number and information in the chat. Reach out and let us know, document it, the street, the name, and the time. And if you have pictures, that'd be great. And we're trying to make this a point of emphasis, just make sure that that everything's working the way it's supposed to work. So I encourage everyone that if your streets are not being cleaned on the days that they are supposed to be cleaned, to please reach out and flag that for me, and I will follow up with that. And last now is the cleanups. We will support any of the community cleanups. If they want to do it, you can reach out to me, we can organize it, and we will help provide pickers, rollouts, trash cans, anything as far as that goes. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anthony. Okay, commissioner announcements. Seeing none. Community announcements. Okay, actually, I see Commissioner Kensick.
Yeah, I just want the community to know that I think that what Commissioner Fields and also Jones and Duramo doing these the cleanups we did on 14th Street and and also the Meridian/Malcolm X Park. I would love any of the constituents, if they have any ideas or ways we could be of service, and other commissioners to kind of do this again. I think it was great, and I like to see that before the end of the term and going into the new term. Thank you.
Okay. Karen, can you go ahead and take Miss Karen Gall off of mute for community announcements?
Good evening, everyone. This is Karen Gall with the 3rd District Citizens Advisory Council under Metropolitan Police Department. I am asking it's actually imperative that we get community feedback on we need to have community impact statements from community members on a recent case that took place. Well, it's not recent, 2011 case, but it's under Tyrone Freeman, Coron Jackson, and Stephon Nelson, who are the defendants. We need to have the community to provide us with information as leaders of the community, whether they're groups of 5 or community groups in association with the 1B area, who were affected by the July 10th, 2024 conviction that of the co-defendants for an assault to kill a 13-year-old boy on March the 1st, 2020. I have information that the community can reach me in order to receive the full details and how they can get this information processed. We need the information by September 9th. They can reach me through the 3DCAC at 3dcacdc@gmail.com. They can send me an email directly and I'll get that information to them. That's point 1. And point number 2, we have 4 public safety task forces within the commission. Yeah, partially, and part of you're sharing it with some of them. Mount Pleasant is outside of your jurisdiction, but we have 4 public safety task force that MPD is in charge of, which we have the T Street task force, which is right near Georgia and the 600 block of T Street and Shaw. And then we also have the U Street Logan Circle task force and Mount Pleasant task force, which you all are familiar with in this particular commission, that we always look for fresh community voices to serve. So if any of the community members who are interested in serving, they again can go to the website at 3dcac.org to participate on the task force, because we need them, and all of the community members, of course, are welcome, and they'll hear from the community leaders, the government officials, and MPD in this respect. And of course, as always, we have our monthly 3DCAC meetings held on the last Thursday of every month at the MPD station, the 3rd District MPD station at 7:00 p.m. And we always look forward to the leadership of all of the public safety leaders at these meetings. And thank you so much, Chair Harris, and for making sure that I could speak. And I did have a question for the council members, Representative Ms. Nicole, in regards to the thrones. We have a high need for them. There was some requests about the thrones for the T Street area. So if we could get a fulfillment in that area, since there seems to be a need for it, and then also possibly around the U Street area when we had some interest in that after we had our public safety task force meeting today. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. Have a great day.
Thank you. Can we go ahead, Commissioner Chauvin, is this?
Yeah, just some concerns on the throne. It's only for people with an iPhone. All right, that doesn't meet the clientele. It's not?
No.
Okay. Okay,
Mm.
that's changed. All right.
No,
All right.
it's any phone at all. So you don't, it doesn't
Any
have to be a
phone.
smart device, but as I mentioned, 57% of all card tap usages has been in Columbia Heights. The cards are being passed out by social service organizations. So folks that are engaging with folks that might not have phones for various reasons, they can get a card. I think you can also get them at libraries. There's a couple places where we're distributing them. So it's not just for smartphones.
All right.
Great, thank you. And commissioners, it's getting really late, and I'm conscious of the community that's still on. If you have questions, unless they are very pressing, can you please pass it along via email? We're getting really late here. Karen, can you go ahead and take Lindsay Hicks off of mute, please?
Good evening, everyone, or should I say good night? I'm Lindsay Hicks. I'm the Main Street Manager for U Street and just wanted to share our upcoming event, Art All Night, that will be taking place September 28th. That's from 6 to 11 p.m. We'll have activations throughout the corridor, but just wanted to highlight that we'll have a main stage by Ben's Chili Bowl, as well as a drum circle activation at the Reeve Center, and another live mural there as well. So we appreciate, again, the ANC support. With Art All Night, we welcome anyone who's interested in volunteering as well. And I put the link with all the details of events in the question and answer section of.
Great. Karen, if you can go ahead and post that into the entire chat. Okay, we need to move on. Commissioner Fields, I'm not seeing Lieutenant Hawkins. Lieutenant Hawkins, if you are available, if you can raise your hand, but I am not seeing anyone in the attendees for that.
Yeah, I'm not sure why on my screen there's listed Shanita Hawkins. I'm gonna text you a screenshot now. So she should be there logged on.
Text a screenshot, but there's no one here. I mean, I'm happy to screenshot my screen.
Below
Karen, if you see anything that I'm not seeing, if you can go ahead and promote Lieutenant Hawkins. Lieutenant Hawkins, if you can hear me, if you can raise your hand so that we can see it. I swear I am not seeing anything. It's not on any of our screens, unfortunately. If you can figure that out, we can do that. Apparently, we still have a new business item. So if you can figure that out in the meantime, then we can absolutely promote Lieutenant Hawkins. I would very much appreciate an update on that. I'm not trying to prevent it. I just, as confirmed by Commissioner Jones and Karen and myself, we are not seeing this on our screens.
Okay, perhaps could you give me host share information so I can click on the name and elevate her myself, since it's not appearing on your screen?
I would prefer, if just for the sake of the meeting, rather than changing hands, that if
multiple people can be the host at once, but okay.
No, multiple people cannot. We're gonna move on until Lieutenant Hawkins can raise her hand, then we can promote. But I know that Commissioner Chauvin has a new business item.
She's right there on the screen. I'm very confused as to why it's not showing up for you all. I've just now switched from my phone to my computer.
Commissioner Trindade Duramo, can you see it? I swear it's not showing up for Commissioner Jones. I would promote Lieutenant Hawkins if we could. And Karen,
leave the
new
meeting and come back in?
admin. I'm sorry?
We just ask her to leave the meeting and come back in.
Yeah.
I don't see her on my list.
Okay, we're gonna move on until until we can see Lieutenant Hawkins. I believe you, Commissioner Fields. We're just not seeing it to do that. And because we can only have one host at a time and we need to move on for the sake of timing for everyone, we need to move forward. Commissioner Chauvin, can you please present what you would like to discuss?
Yeah, I emailed it early in the meeting. I apologize for the lateness. Today, the T Street Task Force met, and we are losing the mayoral executive office of the mayor appointee leadership. That has been formerly Monk, Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture, for 2 years. And it will now be managed by the DC MPD 3D, as Karen Gall just explained. However, in this, there's a deep need, and Commissioner Handerhan and I drafted it. Commissioner Handerhan made an amendment to this motion, pointing us to ensure that we can solicit and maintain Executive Office of the Mayor support and administration assistance with this committee. We usually have regularly 6 agency representatives. Usually we have DPW, DPW, DDOT, MPD. Sometimes we have DBH, but we need to ensure that we have commitment by these agencies, because 2 years into this monthly meeting, the T Street Task Force, we still are having drugs sold out of cars, parked on T Street, parked on 7th Street, parked on the 600 block of T Street. I'm sorry, and the 700 block of T Street. And we want to confirm commitment from the mayor, because we're not getting out of this. It's getting worse. We had a murder there 3 weeks ago. We had a murder, someone sent to the hospital, drive-by shooting last week. It's getting worse and deeper. The problems are becoming intractable. We're about to lose our anchor a commercial establishment. We need Executive Office of the Mayor to be attentive. And so with this simple motion, we're just asking to give Larry, Commissioner Handerhan, and I the ability to ensure EOM support of the task force.
Are you asking for a letter? Like what is
just
it?
Authorizing us to act on behalf of the commission on this simple phrase. ANC 1B appoints Commissioners Chauvin and Handerhan to seek and obtain continuing Executive Office of the Mayor leadership on the T Street Task Force. Working with the Monk Director, the commissioners will seek to have senior level commitment by EOM and ensure DC administrative agency resources can be sought.
Okay, I mean, that's a bit, it's not really setting you all up for success. We only have influence here. So like you can write a letter, but I mean, go ahead, make the motion and we'll second it. Or
I will make the motion. It might not give us the tools. It's just today's tools. We just had the meeting this morning and we're just apprised of this operational change today.
I don't think these are the right tools, but keep going.
Happy to have more tools and further discussion. This is a start. I motion that ANC 1B appoints Commissioner Chauvin and Handerhan to seek and obtain continuing EOM leadership on the T Street Task Force. Working with Monk's director, the commissioners will seek to have senior levels commitment by EOM to ensure DC administrative agency resources can be sought and obtained.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Jones.
Thanks. Commissioner Chauvin, I hope you feel empowered to do this, even without the ANC going through a motion to do this. It seems like you will feel more empowered to lead on this topic with a vote. So I'm happy to support you in this way. But I hope that you know that you can do this without a vote as well. So I'll be voting in favor. But I know you've already been doing this. Clearly you think this will help. So I'll vote in favor, but even though I don't think this is strictly necessary. So thank you.
Yeah, it's not necessary at all. Like this is, I mean, this is if you, I think what would be more beneficial is that if you want the commission support, then you would have a letter, and then you could have the letter with you to like do whatever you're like requesting. But
I will come back to the table with that letter, but for now, this just gives us the oomph and you guys understand where we're at. And it gives us the permission to speak on behalf of the commission in this effort.
That's not in your, that is.
Well, we're speaking in this a sense a committee motion, or excuse me, a commission motion, giving us, the ability to meet with folks on behalf of ANC 1B.
No. I mean, you can meet as Commissioner Jones. You're allowed to meet on yourself, like as ANC 1B02. What you're saying, though, in this, which you didn't say in your motion, that we are allowing you to speak on behalf of the commission.
All right, happy to amend such. It's the same to me. It's the same.
I mean,
it's one or the
it's
other.
not the same. It's not the same. I'm pretty sure maybe in our SOPs, or we haven't functioned that way where we like it. I mean, I don't know. I personally, I don't.
Happy to add it.
You can add it, you can make a motion, but I will not be supporting that. I'm happy for you to speak on yourself and your SMD, and Commissioner Handerhan to speak on his SMD. But I don't feel comfortable for you speaking on the behalf of the entire commission, especially since I do see comments from Ms. Karen Gall that there's no loss of EOM with the T Street Task Force, and she made another comment saying there's no loss of Monk or EOM on the T Street Task Force. I realized that you said you just heard this news, like, I guess an hour before the commission meeting. I also see that Anthony has his hand up, but I will let Commissioner Trindade Duramo go, and then then Anthony speak.
Just to clarify, I mean, the ultimate goal is to secure a replacement, a designated replacement of the EOM representative on the task force. Is that correct?
Yes. Buy-in. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I just wonder why we wouldn't do a resolution, which
Well,
would
we
be.
would, except it's late. The meeting was at 2:00 today, and there's a lot on the table tonight. So this is just gives us a start. I'm happy to work with you on a better resolution, but this just at least lets us start talking about it and calling and on behalf of the commission.
I'm not in favor of you calling on behalf of the commission, especially since Commissioner Handerhan is not present. And there are like a couple other commissioners who are not present any longer. So I'm just going to state that I do not feel comfortable. You are more than welcome to speak on your own behalf and do what you want to do. And then we can, vote on a letter of resolution next meeting. But I will say that I will not be supporting this on you speaking on behalf of the commission. Anthony.
We are the commissioners of record jurisdiction. It does affect both of our commissions, and we've
Sure,
both
and
been
you
committed
can-
to this for 2 years.
Yep, and you can speak on behalf of your SMD. I'm saying that with also Commissioner Handerhan not here, not gonna be in support of you speaking on the commission, but that's also, you didn't put that in your motion, so it's kind of a moot point. Anthony, did you want to say anything?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Commissioner Harris. Commissioner Chauvin, you can reach after we're finished here. If you want tomorrow, we can reach out and we can talk and work out with you and Commissioner Henderhan and be able to answer some of your questions and concerns. And we can move forward like that if that'll work for you.
Sure, I'm happy to have that resource, Anthony. I just would like additional commission support, and I have a simple few lines on the table here, a motion that we're considering. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you. I move to table the motion.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Abstention? What is that? Commissioner Chauvin, what was that vote?
I motioned not to table. Against your
No,
motion.
well, I said abstention and then your hand went up, so that's why I'm clarifying.
It was a late in favor of not tabling, against the motion.
Okay, motion passes to table it. Okay. Okay. Anything else in new business? Hearing none? Any further comment? Hearing none.
Madam Chair, I move to adjourn.
We do not need to move to adjourn. There's no further comment. I adjourn this meeting at 10:59 p.m. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.